Because I thought you might have, would have, maybe.
Yeah. Woke up.
Done, son. Yeah, King Chaka Entertainment. Here we go. If you haven't already, like, comment, share, and subscribe. Check us live and become a part of the show on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube, Wednesday and Thursday at 11 p.m. and Friday and Saturday at 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah. While you're playing the game, working out, cleaning, or whatever, check out the more refined audio versions of the show on Spotify, Apple, Anchor, and more. Keyword King Chaka ENT. Yeah. Shouts out to Pat, Doc, Deuce, Curtis, Brendan, Elliott, Juanita, Jay Lethal, Tariq, my Twitch follower, Francisco, and others for always supporting the channel. Yeah. Race, spirituality, politics. Let's talk about it. We generate interest into what has happened and what is happening in our world. Therefore, creating activists. Let's go. Dale gas, baby. Hey.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
Man, I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this. Don't try to stop this. Niggas fall down like I'm spitting out some hot shit. I'ma melt your bones down to the floor. This little man coming through swinging fofo.
You gon' catch an elbow from my kinfolk. We don't give a damn, we gon' smoke more dope. You can't keep up with my speech. You gon' get beat down to the street.
Nigga preach when I come with the sermon. Niggas didn't learn their lesson, but now they burning. Tossing and turning, cause you can't sleep. We decrease your earnings, now your crew can't eat.
Can't eat. Talking about it was a studio leak. Maybe it's cause your lyrics so weak. I heard Mo out of Little Bo Peep.
Plus your boy sucking dick on the late night creep. I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sounds like it was made just for me.
Man, I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me. Too much. Coming soon. Stay tuned. Hey.
Yeah. Woke up.
I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'm digging your wife, she playing my mic. She really so nice, I call her my light. I say we off flight, cause we stay up all night. Bet you ain't know she to take it all tight. Tell her, bend it over, let me take a small bite. Been waiting since October, see that ass fall right. Looking around the room, see passport eyes. And adrenaline feeling like a NASCAR ride. When the people ask about this, your ass gon' lie. Cause the truth is you did what you do in your life. Can't nobody tell you what to do with your life. Girl, gon' turn it over cause I know what you like. It's hard in the color of the asphalt, right? Just lay back and wonder what the past was like. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'm feeling my life. Let me tell you a little something about life. Win, lose or draw, I'm still taking your life. I mean, if you ever wanna fucking come in my sight, you scream like you never screamed in your life. Flip it on over, gon' do it like this. Not riding with a soldier, then you ride against it. Looking from the other side, make your stomach get sick. Every person scheming, thinking he the one to get rich. Ever sit and really think what you would do with one wish? And if you knew afterward, you'd be sleeping with fish. Style will be done, here we come. Bearing gifts, these images make you wanna grab your crucifix. It's getting dark outside, no sleeping past 6. Not living in fear, cause that's really not it. If you owe me something, Nick, better give me my shit. If you owe me something, Nick, better give me my shit. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'ma get inside, I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life, I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Sliding on in, this is it, instant win. If hip hop broke, put on some, fix it then. Take real life shit, go ahead and mix it in. Not just streets unless that's where you sleeping in. They hungry out there, that's why we eating in. Honestly, don't even let the church deacon in. Blasphemous if you think I'm speaking sin. Survival is a must for all the creatures in. If you feeling life's tough, then you probably need a fin. Have a sucker, popsicle or something, take it in. Sharp teeth, eat meat, origin involvement. Why the UFC give you more than a grin? Why you take a seat when the foraging begin? Why you gotta creep just horn in the wind? I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Goring with a pen. I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Goring with a pen. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gas that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gas that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gas that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gas that spits venom. You sending black, and when the bottom of the ninth and it's smack, you bleeds the cat's waxing them back. Waxing them.
I'm gonna play one more to give people time to get in here, y'all. One more.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
For you know I'm swinging bows. I'm about to change course, go home and changing clothes. I'm looking at this bitch, it seems like she's saying no. I'ma hit the streets, though I'm supposed to be laying low. I'm following the buzz, never know which way it go. Keep on bringing heat, cause the G.O.D. say it so. Sailing on the beat, so you can't chop and play it so. She got me for a piece, now I'm about to pay the hoe. Stop smoking, switch the sweets, where I gotta take a toke. Now I got a little guac, now I gotta make it grow. Keep on thinking we some hee-haw, mom, pop folks. We gon' hit you in your teeth, we keep a buzz all closed. I've been on it 5 days, so I'm sitting sideways. Now get out of my way, or I'ma hit your day. Take a lick on my dick if you don't like what I say. I'm the shit with the shit, so we gon' do this my way. And we just getting started, so go on, say your grace. I'ma eat you rappers, though I won't enjoy the taste. I'm closing your estates while you falling on the stakes. I'm rolling on the bass while you rolling on the face. Sitting on the place, not knowing I'ma take your fast, slowing and it's fake. So I'm gonna wait, time will come, down will be done. I saw it and I said that it was great.
Mom!
Hey, what's going on?
What's the deal?
Good to see you, man. Like to be able to see you. You know what I mean? Uh,
Yeah, man. Same here, brother.
yeah. So, how you guys feel out there? Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. It was a couple things I wanted before we even get started. It was a couple things I wanted to ask you that I missed from the other show, and I want to make sure I cover this because it was like one of them was, what is your procedure when you're getting pulled over? Because you wasn't in here when we was talking about that. And there's another one
What
too.
day was that?
I don't know. I can't lie to you, bro. I do a lot of shows. All I know is you wasn't here, and I wanted to ask you that. It was like one of the main topics of the show that day. And the other thing was yesterday. The title of the show was "Depressed People Can't Listen to Sad Songs." I think that's the name of it. And I wanted to I wanted to know what you thought about that too.
You sure you want to know what I do when I get pulled over?
Yeah, we talked about it at length yesterday because it's a really important thing because this is a distinction between, let's say the racial groups here in the United States. You know what I'm saying? Because depending on who you are, you have people that look like me and you. We have procedures that we go through when we get pulled over. I'm sure you do. You haven't told me, but I'm sure you do. But there's people out there who don't. They don't even think that way. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, I'm getting pulled over. Let me go ahead and grab my insurance. Let me go ahead and get my wallet out and pull out my ID. You know what I'm saying? Let me turn down the radio and make sure I'm not playing music loud, stuff like that. Go ahead and roll down the window before they even walk up. You know what I'm saying? And, hands on the steering wheel, eye contact, yes, sir, no, sir, type shit. You get what I'm saying? That's my procedure. And I do the exact same thing pretty much every time.
I mean, I've been pretty balanced with the universe to where I hardly ever get pulled over, but um, when I do, I make sure my pistol's close enough in case I feel I need it. And like of course, I turn down the radio. Like a lot of the stuff you mentioned, but I'm not one of those that's planning to get caught up like that. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and my stuff be straight legit. But see, that's the problem. People like me, straight legit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm still super nervous when I'm getting pulled over. I want to make sure that I'm crossing my T's and dotting my I's. I'm making sure all my shit is in order before they even walk up to the car and
Yeah.
shit. You know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
yeah.
I don't want to be reaching
Well,
for
I'm
nothing.
legit too, man.
That's what I
I
know.
mean, if we was talking about me, 10, 15 years ago, you know, before that, we might be talking about a different scenario. I'm probably trying to hide my gun. I'm probably trying to hide other shit or make sure that I don't have other shit exposed to be seen.
Right.
But like
Yeah,
these days,
I
you know
don't
what
ride
I'm
with
saying?
nothing. I don't have nothing. They can see, hey, y'all want to search my? Go ahead. There's nothing in. You're not gonna find shit. Go ahead. There's
Yeah,
nothing in
not
here.
yeah, exactly. But I mean, like nowadays it's like, I mean, I'm cool, in most cases, the cops that I have encountered had, they feel my vibe, my, kind of like no nonsense, what you need, here you go. Right, what you gonna do, let's get it done so I can move on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's annoying to me. It's like it's wasting my time. Like I'm always on my way somewhere. Like I got something I need to do. Like you really just kind of like invading my privacy and fucking, extorting me and
What
fucking bothering me.
wasting my time, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Because I mean, all this stuff that you're talking about, in most cases, I probably will get past it without, what I'm saying, spending much of my own time or even money. So, like,
you wasted my time and your time.
and your time, yeah. So I don't,
I just
I
I just think it's a
honestly, I'm not gonna say that I don't get that little quiver from time to time that some bullshit might happen or whatever, but at the same time, I'm gonna protect myself. I'm not gonna be one of those that's gonna be like, "Oh, this just happened." Nah, something happened to your ass too. So
How you doing, man? Welcome to the show.
Hi, hey everybody, it's
Hi.
Tomorrow Fresh. Thanks for letting me have it on. What are you guys talking
How,
about?
how do you pronounce that?
It's Kamaru Fresh, but you can just say Fresh.
Fresh.
And
Well,
how do you
right-
say your guys' names?
I'm Chaka.
Chaka.
I'm Ogun.
Okay, hi Ogun. Hi Chaka. What are you guys talking about tonight?
Tonight, well, I want to ask you, do you have a procedure that you go through whenever you get pulled over by the police?
No, I definitely am just terrified every time I get pulled over by the police. I'm just an anxious guy though.
Any specific reasons why you have that angst?
Because I'm always doing illegal stuff at all moments. No, it's because I've gotten so many speeding tickets that I have like demerits left.
Okay, but let me ask you though. But you don't have you don't think about like a procedure that you go through, or you just like freaking out when you get pulled over. You're just like,
yeah, I just like my heart rate just starts pumping or whatever. But I don't have a procedure. You know what I mean? I've got the privilege like that. Right.
Yeah.
Seem to be pretty proud of it.
Some type of I assume you guys must have some type of procedure.
Yes,
yeah, there's definitely a protocol.
Yeah, I definitely go through a procedure because every single time I get pulled over, I go through a procedure just to make sure I'm dotting my T's and crossing my I's. Like, you know what I mean? I'm making sure that things are in order, even though I'm a legit guy. I'm straight legit, I don't have no record, nothing, you know what I'm saying? But I'm still really like ritualistic, if you will, when I don't get pulled over as much as I used to now. But I'm just saying, even today, I was still gonna go through that same ritual every time I get pulled over.
Yeah, I've only been pulled over when I was like speeding lots. Now that I don't speed, I don't get pulled over too often.
It's hard not to speed, right? Because I drive fast. I've gotten a good number of speeding tickets too, and like depending on if I'm driving a really nice car, it's really difficult.
What area do you live in, Mr. Fresh?
I live in Canada.
Canada.
Oh wow.
Canada in the house.
That's something.
Canada. What about the trucker situation that we just had recently? What are your opinions about that? And
are you Canadian as well?
No. We're in the United States.
Oh, okay.
We're both in the United States. But we follow all of the global politics, so we're heavy into that stuff. So like, I know all about it.
I can speak very little on it because I myself have like stopped following politics as of late. Like I've I'm not really on like Facebook or Instagram, and like I've unfollowed like any internet forums I am or whatever. I kind of unfollowed everything political. I'm more just trying to be the mental wellness and spiritual aspect of my life. But like and like getting there's a lot of movies I can watch and stuff, a lot of classics I can read and things. But like I do know a little bit about the trucker thing. I think it's kind of over now.
Yeah. Trudeau wrapped it up. So we could totally go into the spiritual.
I'll talk about the convoy really briefly.
Go ahead.
Well, let me ask this: how did you find us if you were kind of disconnected from the political?
Well, I just saw you guys on Twitch, and I stream on Twitch for fun. I have a Twitch channel, Kamaru Fresh, and I just stream for fun on it. I have just for fun, and I saw you guys, and you guys had the StreamYard, and I like talking to people.
Well, the law of attraction the law of attraction has pulled you back in, brother.
Yeah, thank you for being here. What do you do on your show so everybody can know? You can plug it or whatever.
Oh no, don't play. Listen, everyone, go follow me on Twitch if you like. But I'm just a silly show reacting to things. I'm not actually doing anything crazy. I'm just a silly, entertaining type guy. Nothing crazy. But do you want to read this comment or?
Yeah, let me read this comment right quick. Doc says, I don't reach for anything. I keep my hands on the wheel. And if they want anything, I ask if I can reach for it. Then do so slowly with one hand, just fingers if possible. But then I had hair down to my waist for 25 years. Yes, Doc. They probably looked at you like you're
a hippie.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, he knows some brothers somewhere. I don't know his attitude.
But I'll talk about the convoy thing. I mean, I myself was not like a huge fan of the convoy. I think a lot of it is because like the way that the police and a lot of the politicians handled the convoy until the Emergency Act was very much like different on how they like handled the indigenous protests when they like protest on their sovereign land against pipelines or doing anything. You know, it's like they send the police with the rubber bullets and they're arresting everyone and the dogs and everything,
water,
everything,
hoses, everything.
Right?
Are you familiar with the Rational National?
What's that?
Are you familiar with the Rational National?
It's a YouTube channel.
No.
But he's out of Canada too, so that's why I was asking, because he, you know, kind of spoke on the same thing, and that's some of the things that I think he was.
Yeah, he said the same thing you just said.
Yeah. I'm more closely connected to indigenous stuff, so like that's probably why. Like,
well, so are we. You know, and let me disclosure. I'm an anthropology student. I focus on cultures and stuff like around the world. So I'll go to the University of Houston, and so and so this channel we talk about race, spirituality, and politics. So, but we do focus on like mental health and mental, spirituality. We talk about that forever. That's really our favorite subject.
Right. So when I say, like, I guess you'll really understand since you learn about anthropology. Like, if I say, like, I identify as an indigenous person, even though I don't necessarily look it, you'd probably be able to understand that, right?
Well, tell me about your lineage. Tell me about your family.
My mom's a native. She's an indigenous woman, and my dad's white. But it's the community and culture I grew up in. It's the spirituality practices. It's the cultural practices.
Right.
And even though, you know.
What did you learn from her? What was her tribe?
Oh, she's Cree.
Cree.
She's Cree. Yeah.
Oh, and, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
I thought you would say a different one. That's very interesting. I didn't know they had that many Crees up that far north, because the Cree were more southern, right? Historically, they probably went there when all the fucking drama was happening, when America was expanding west.
We have lots of Cree people in Canada. It's the huge population of Cree people in Canada. Are you thinking Creek?
No, I'm just thinking historically.
Like Creek Nation and stuff?
Were the Cree there historically, or did they move there? That's what I'm asking.
So they were more like Eastern Canada, and then they moved into Western Canada. But I'm from a community where people are Dene, and they went down south and became the Navajo.
Okay.
So there is kind of like the reverse of what you were just talking with the Dene here, where they went south and they have the same language. Okay,
yeah. So that makes sense. So yeah, that's what I'm always interested in, because and we always talk about the history. And see, the thing is, I have a problem because in my schools, in my classes that I take, they tend to focus on the tribes of South and Central America. You know what I'm saying? And they tend to avoid talking about the ones that were, North America, United States, Canada area now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's a reason for that. So, but anyway, so you say your mom was Cree. Did you learn any spiritual practices from her, or anything like that?
Yeah, for sure. I've to partake in lots of ceremony. Definitely when I was younger and into my more teen years, and then as like an adult, I think I'd done what most adult people do, where they run away from culture, join the regular Western society,
Yeah.
And be part of that. Because it's like definitely the hardest thing about being an indigenous person is like really walking your spiritual path, because it's so kind of opposite from
what the world is trying to get you to do. So we are, so indigenous people, it's about the earth, right? It's about nature. It's about balance. You know what I'm saying? And then the Western world is about consumption and all about me. So what about we? Let me ask you this, okay? This is a concept that I think that a lot of people don't really understand. The I versus we, okay? And with most of the Native American tribes, the way, even in their language, they hardly have I in it. It's like we for everything. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I'll give you like a little thing particular to me. So there's this concept in the Cree culture called Wahwoten, and it means like a kinship or a relationship. And one of the things that was like really taught to me was that um I don't necessarily own anything in life. I only own my relationship to it. You know,
Yes.
I don't own my girlfriend. I don't own, like, obviously I own my car or whatever, but like but even
Yeah.
that,
Right.
I own my relationship to my car. I own my
Yeah.
relationship in certain things like my animals, my pets. I have 2 cats. Like, but they're not pets. They're not pets to me. They're my family. That's my
Right.
relations. That's my relatives. I own my
Right.
relationship to them. And so like trying to have those positive bonds is like really important.
I wish people understood that better. That's a thing that I would love to focus on to try to get people to better understand that concept that you're talking about, because I talk about this all the time, but I really don't think they understand. So, like, people, the way people act with their kids, they act like they own their kids. It's like, that's a life. You don't own that. Let me ask you this. The concept of buying land, right? That's the whole thing when, the United States was expanding west, and the Native Americans, and one of the confusions that happened was about the buying land, and the Native Americans was like, how you gonna buy this tree's been here since this creek, the land's been here before you, it's gonna be here after you. They couldn't even like really fathom that kind of concept. Do you get what I'm saying? Can you expand upon that?
Yeah, so in Canada we have like the numbered treaties, except for British Columbia, which never. Okay, also I just want to say that I'm not like 100% no, like I just don't want to say something and misspeak or anything like that. I'm just a guy, but I'll talk to the best of my ability. Certain things like spiritual aspects I'll kind of stray away from just because it's like super personal. I'll give you little bits and bits and stuff here, but anyways, like we have the numbered treaties, right? And definitely lots of the treaties were kind of mistranslated when they were being translated on purpose. British Columbia never signed a treaty. That's technically unceded territory. But like my great grandfather, he signed one of the treaties, in Treaty 6. And there's this unique story that I've been told where there was like this chief, I can't remember his name, where they were talking about the treaty and how much money they'll be given for this, whatever the X amount of thing is. And he like grabbed a ball of clay and he like put it together and he threw it in the fire. And he's like, now throw your money in and tell me which will last longer. Like what's going to last longer, this money or this earth?
Because the money ain't worth nothing. It's so fucking fake. It's so fucking and we talk about that a lot too here. So like, okay, so let's talk about that a little bit. How did they deal with that? Do you know anything about that? As far as, did your mom explain like, I understand like, barter systems or whatever, you know what I mean? How did they deal with monetary systems? Did y'all talk about that?
Like back in the day?
Yeah.
Not really. I wouldn't really know too much about that stuff. Just probably due to like colonization and lots of that being, lost or like just, being part of civilization or whatever. But
because
as
I'm always looking for answers here. Like, I'm trying to create activists. I want people to be more informed about what things that's going around the world, but I also want them to do things out in their community. And I also thinking about how the world needs to be kind of reset, if you will. But we have to think about the systems that we're going to have. What ways can we improve our monetary system today? And I think that like the peoples, like the Native Americans, the Aborigines, or Aboriginals from here would be able to help us a lot with being able to figure out systems that we can use, even with this global system that we have now. But with the predatory capitalism, the way things are with the banks and so forth and so on, the monopolies, the oligarchies, it forces us to be dependent. Because see, I think about the Native Americans, and like I think about it a lot. How can you control a person, that can go get their own food and they can, they get all the things that they need. Like the government, as they expanded west, the United States, they set up systems to, it's like you either work or you starve. You know what I mean? So like, but before they wasn't starving. You know what I'm saying? Before but now, they want everybody to have jobs. You get where I'm going with this?
Yeah. So like after Treaty 6 was signed, a bunch of the chiefs actually came together and they wrote an op-ed in the Edmonton Journal in Alberta. They wrote, and they actually brought that up before they signed the treaties. They weren't hungry, they weren't starving, and then like right when they signed the treaties, it like changed pretty fast, right, into being starving. So I mean, stuff like on how to change society. My uncle's he's a judge. He's like and he's an Indigenous man as well. He's a judge, and he's like is really into talking about like the prison system, the criminal justice system. I mean, he was actually able to get I don't know if it means much, but like, people swear on Bibles. He was like able to allow, or like he was able to get the eagle feather to be like you swear on the eagle feather
instead of the Bible.
Instead of the Bible and stuff. Anyways, he's all about the criminal justice system, and he's kind of opened my mind on like how the criminal justice system in Canada is definitely just like made to enslave Indian peoples in a weird way. Like just things that make no sense, like $5 billion a year to, imprison Indian peoples, and like they cost like $150,000 a year to like keep them in jail and stuff. I personally believe that like there's a way better way that could be used to treat people who are in prison and heal them through the Indigenous holistic cultures that I think would greatly benefit everybody.
And why are we ignoring that? But let me ask you this, because whenever I get a new person on the show, everyone that's been on the show, I always ask them this question. I feel like everyone, because of their experiences that they've had, the knowledge that they've gained, I feel like everyone has a message, has something that they can share with people that will help them. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So like, what is your message to people? Like, what,
I think I'm still trying to work that out for myself, trying to figure out what that is in my life, like what my message is, I think I'm like on that journey right now, trying to figure that out exactly,
So we'll give it a shot. What do you think? Where are you at right now?
My message, man.
Hate to put you on the
spot.
Drop
the ego, drop the ego.
Okay, yes. Yes.
Drop the ego and be more open, try to be empathetic, compassionate.
Yes. Yes.
Stuff like that, I guess, try to be compassionate.
I love it,
it's
bro.
Tough, but it's hard, right? Like it's incredibly hard. Like I've definitely been slighted in my life, and I still am upset about some things, right?
It's hard. We hold on to it.
And I know it's like I need to drop that, and
you need to let it go.
Yeah.
And that's what they teach us. That's what like it's you're supposed to have no attachments to anything like that. You know what I mean? You're supposed to let all that go. You're supposed to just be, and I think that's one of the problems with humans. They got us on the hamster wheel, and I know people get tired of hearing that phrase hamster wheel, but it's a real thing. But we're supposed to just be. That's it. Like historically, that's what we did in our evolution. We, that's why we're so creative, because we spend most of our time just creating things. And that's what we're really supposed to be doing. But they got us on, in this corporate world of going to a job every day, 6 to 7 days a week. And especially in this United States, it's like a religion for us to work hard. It's like you're lazy, it don't even matter if you have money or everything is good already for you. You're still supposed to like do something all the time.
Yeah, it's all about the hustle, the grind.
Oh yeah.
And go ahead, Pat. I've been talking.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to take it too far, Pat, but it kind of interests me. He said that his grandfather signed a treaty. Does he hold a certain title or held a certain title during his time?
Like chief?
Or like whatever. What was his title?
Yeah, he was a chief of a band.
Okay. And that's of the Cree. That's a you're saying a band of the Cree?
Yeah, like yeah. There's multiple like Cree bands and stuff, and he was like,
Yeah.
chief of one of the bands, like because they formed right, like officially formed.
So they weren't really separated, so to speak, the same way that a lot of the tribes, like here we were mostly, you know, I guess with the what was it called when like segregation or
Oh, when they
um
like created like the reserve system and stuff.
that, and pretty much kind of just bringing everybody into the fold, because here what how we look at it as far as us being denationalized, because we were the original Americans here on this land, and given different titles to separate us from that, uh, those markings that because we were very tribal. There was many different tribes, but at the same time, if we're looking at the people of the continent, we were the original, or we are the original Americans. Um and we went through a different thing that I'm assuming that didn't happen in Canada. So it was just kind of interesting that your grandfather, you seem to be pretty young. You're what, in your early 30s?
Yeah, I'm 29.
Well, right at 30 years old. Uh, so your grandfather, is he still alive or?
No, it was like great grand, like it was my great grandfather. Like in 1885, the treaty was, or 1880. I don't know, 1876. I think I can't remember when the treaty was signed. 1876, I think, or 1885.
Okay, yeah, no, because I mean, yeah, I'm very curious about it because I mean, I know about a lot of different tribes here that went through different things, and they were what they considered the the civilized tribes, and then there were hundreds that were you know outside of those markings. So there was very few that were able to hold on to their their heritage, where others were kind of considered savage and
Yeah, in Canada we had this thing, the residential school system, where they
Mm-hmm.
like kick children and stuff and strip them of their identity and culture and things like that, right? And not even that far removed. I think the last one was closed in 1996. Like my mom was in one, right?
Damn. So look, and she survived that too, because they found a bunch of graves. They were just talking about that. But
Yeah.
I think, Pat, I think that you kind of misunderstanding, because even though Canada is, the what happened with the natives here, it was gonna be very similar to what happened in Canada. You know what I mean? It's like
Well,
it
no,
was the
I
same.
feel that it is. I mean, yeah, we call Canada Canada, but as far as I'm concerned,
Yeah.
it's North America.
Right.
He's an American as well. So, but there were, because of the separation in, England taking more part of that, the Canadian area, whereas it was kind of subdivided. We had the French, we had the Spanish, the Portuguese. We had a lot of them that into, between the midsection, because I mean, from south of Canada to Mexico, into Mexico to some extent, these colonizers came in and you know did their thing. They started recalibrating what we called a way of life at that time. You know what I'm saying? So it was like I said. I mean, because I've know that the indigenous. I've looked at documentaries and different things that talked about the indigenous in Canada. Of course, I haven't seen anyone of his shade, but of course, I have people in my family who are, of the same shade that, I can say, that's blood cousin that, looks like him. But at the same time, you don't really hear that a whole lot, but it's regardless of the shade, just understanding, you know, the things that they've gone through, because none of us are truly directly connected at this point of history because of the great job that they did to disconnect us from it. You know, so I mean, I'm just really interested, you know, because I'm just trying to find out as much as I can, because, you know, I don't necessarily focus on Canada as much. You know, indigenous exists everywhere on this planet, but for any of us to still have a direct connection with their mom, you know, somebody that can say this tribe, we don't necessarily have that a lot here. You know, I can say Choctaw, but that was still a broad statement, and that's not necessarily what we called ourselves.
Yeah.
You know that. So,
well, I think I can help with that. You know, depending on the situation, people lost the history, right? You know what I'm saying? And it happened in the United States and it happened in Canada. Some families have the privilege of knowing more about it, you know, because like my grandma, you know what I mean? She was Native. So, but I don't know a lot. You know what I mean? They told me some stuff, but, you know, I was a really small kid, like, and when she passed away, I think I want to say I was a teenager, and I only spent like some summers with her. Like, I never really, like, you know, I didn't get to pick her brain. You know what I'm saying? So, I think to answer that question is depending on the circumstance, depending on the family, depending on the tribe, depending on what happened. Some of us was able to retain some of that, you know, information, and some of us didn't.
yeah.
Does that work, Fresh?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think he's I like, I'm probably gonna butcher this, but like I know what he means by like the Choctaw. Like in Alberta, there's this southern band of people called the Blackfoot, but they never called themselves the Blackfoot. They called themselves like Nitsitipi or something like that. You know, but it's like
it's the confusion. It's just like when they say Indian. You know, they didn't have any respect. I'll be talking about this all the time when I talk about Africa, because they'd be like Africans. It's so crazy that we'd be like Africans. It's a big ass continent, bro. Like, all these people are different. So that's how the Western world looks at things. They don't care enough. They don't have a respect for these cultures enough. They're all Indian. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
or they'll just give them a name. They'll just make up a name. We're gonna call them whatever the hell. We call them Blackfoot. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, the whole idea of where the Indian thing came from is that we were so comparable to the Indians, the people of India, the black people who were, or the, you know, the people that they've seen in different areas, to where we reminded them so much of those people, to that's where they're like, like at some point they even called us the Ethiopians of the West. So, you know, it's a definite mark of ignorance, but you know, that's just kind of how they were able to express it and explain it for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. Like just what you're saying, like about the way that like calling everybody like Indian peoples. Like, I think the one thing that Ogun kind of mentioned earlier, that was like, you know, my complexion, right? Whereas, right, like obviously it's like wintertime, I look super white. In the summertime, I look super brown. You know what I mean? I get super dark. But like, the thing that's interesting is in indigenous culture, everyone understands who I am and how to relate to me. Whereas like, if I'm just, you know, in like a Twitch chat room filled with like Black Americans or just white people, like, they don't understand it. You know what I mean? It's really like when I'm around indigenous people, they look at me, they get it. It's like a sixth sense type thing.
Yep, I totally know what you're saying. Totally know what you're saying. You can see it. They see it in you, basically. And that's how it works. And we see it in each other. So let's talk about that a bit, about greetings. Like, what about like the nod, like the head nod, the handshake? I was watching a video recently about how like the handshake is kind of like a frisk. You know what I mean? Like the Europeans or whatever.
Yeah, make sure there's nothing in your hands.
Yeah, make sure you don't have something or whatever. you know. And I think that that's not our culture. That's not how we greet it, you know. We have the head nod, and then we have like the embrace. You know what I'm saying? It's a submission to the other. You know what I mean? It's a brotherhood. It's like, you're my brother. You know what I mean? The handshake is more like, hey, what are you up to? I'm about to pull a move or something, or you're trying to pull a move, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, or like how in kind of like European societies, like you are who you are based on your father, but in indigenous culture, at least my culture, like
It's
really
matriarchal.
matriarchal. You know, when they ask who you are and you say it in the language, which I can't say, you're really saying this
Your
is where I
mother's-
come from. Who I come from is my mother, right?
My mother's
You're-
name.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're saying that.
That's the same way we are about, you know, because I mean, really, the patriarchy is a bastardized way, you know, because it's really confused. Patriarchy is very much confused. Matriarchy makes way more sense to myself and our culture. I mean, really, for anyone, I mean, there's, you know, what's the saying? Fathers maybe, you know,
Yeah.
how does it go?
Mother's baby, father's baby.
Yeah, mother's baby, father's maybe.
Because you don't even
You know.
know. He might not even be the dad.
But you
And-
know for certain what mother, the mother.
Yeah.
you know?
So
Well, you know what's interesting here, and sorry I gotta go, guys. Hey, Shaka, I followed you on Twitter, so I'll like connect with you and stuff in the future and stuff.
cool beans, bear.
I
Thank you for
pretty
being
much
here.
I pretty much have to go here, but one thing that I did, like when I learned, it made me feel like super special, was like the fact that when I was in my mom when my, like, obviously this is not as like super literal, but like I was in my mom when my mom was in my grandma, because like women are born having
those
all
eggs.
their eggs.
Yes.
Which is such a strange thing to me. I know it's like, obviously, you know, her body's not developed and grown and stuff when she's an egg in my grandma, but it's like there's still this like connection that goes
She
back.
carried you. She
relation.
carried you through her entire life.
Exactly, you know, and so
Yeah.
I don't know, when I learned that a long time ago, it just made me feel special.
It's mind blowing.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Yeah.
thanks, guys. I really appreciate this chat.
We're glad you
Alright.
came through, man. Check us out again.
I will.
Whenever-
For sure. This was fun.
All right, bro. Thank you
Bye.
for being here. That was cool.
Yeah.
It was the question I asked you earlier. You didn't have a chance to answer. What was it? It was sad songs. So depressed people can't listen to sad songs. What do y'all think about that? You there, Deuce?
Deuce.
We can't hear you if you're talking. So what do you think about that, Pat? Sad songs. Depressed people can't listen to sad songs.
You know, why would they want to? I guess that's my like, I mean, you know, shoot, wherever you are, if you're in that sad mood, like that's not necessarily a mood you would want to continue. You know, at some point, I mean, you really need to be working that bug out of you some kind of way. So even, you know, fake it till you make it. You know, find some crunk music, find you some happy, you know, love, or, you know, something that's gonna take you out of that stink mode. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'm why would they want to listen to sad music? Well, I don't get, I just can't see where that's gonna benefit them any kind of way. So they probably shouldn't be listening to it.
Well, there's a spiritual side to this. That's why I'm asking this question, and then it's really deeper than it sounds, and it also has to do with psychology and mental health.
Okay.
Okay, because see, the way it works is like, you know, when you're mentally healthy, you can appreciate a sad song and think about times when maybe you were sad or whatever, but it doesn't take you to that place. Do you get what I'm saying? But when you're depressed, you avoid that because it's like the reflection of the reality that you're living, and you're trying to avoid it. So you don't want to, you don't want to realize the reality. Depression is a state of dismissal or whatever. It's a state of like not wanting to acknowledge reality, truth, or whatever. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So the thing is, in life, you have sad times. Sometimes you're sad. So I was talking about like how like that's why popular music now is like the drill music and all of that or whatever, the techno and stuff like that. This music is like happy, if you will, but it's just sensation. It's the distraction. It's just like, pretending to be happy so that you don't, because as soon as the music stops, then boom, here comes the depression again. Wow. You slap back with the reality that you actually live in. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, I had a very simple answer, but I also feel like it's deep as well because I mean, you know, now trying to identify with something that I think you're feeling negative about, or it doesn't have you in the vibe that you're most comfortable in, or that you want to actually be in. You know, am I to say that you shouldn't? Because I mean, if you're depressed about something, trying to figure out what that is, that's something different. But I mean, is it necessary to go into a a more depressed state in order to figure that out, or have you all is that something that is already presented to you, and to, to grow from it or to move from it, you don't send yourself into more of a sunken place?
Well, when you're depressed, you're in a delusional state. You're in a delusion. You're talking to yourself and you're telling yourself stuff that's not really real. You
Is
know,
that
you
you certain? I mean, is that based on psychology, is that really what that means?
I could be off a bit, but based on psychology, yes. I'm not no psychologist, but I've read a few books. Doc says most depressed people I know pretty much only listen to sad and breakup songs. So, you know, and that's another way you could go at it, the way your psychology is set. So you are depressed, so you're like, I don't want to listen to anything happy or whatever. I just kind of want to wallow. I want to wallow in my depression. I want to just like embrace it. You know what I mean? And that's probably one of the most toxic ways of going. It may be even more toxic than the other because you're going to keep going down that drain, is what you're going to do. It's like a drain, and you're just going to keep going down lower, 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 embracing it, embracing it, embracing it, and going down lower, lower, lower. But you're still delusional. You're not accepting the reality of things. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you end up depressed. Like again, when they always say slow down and smell the flowers. And that's what you're not doing when you're depressed. You're forgetting about the good stuff that's in your life because no one's life is just filled with only misery.
No, but I mean, I think that that's probably one of the realest states. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because you know, I know a lot of people who I would declare depressed, but because of their movements to, just based on how they're moving, you can sense that they're really, they're really not happy, but they're acting as if they are. But for somebody who's like depressed and they're just kind of like, hey, I'm just not really feeling it. Not in a good mood or whatever. I mean, I'm sure it can play on either side of the table, but I think that's somebody accepting them, their situation for what it is. Um, and it could go either way, just like what Doc said. I mean, a lot of people they'll listen to something that's sad or that matches their mood because they're, you know, maybe discovering different things about themselves and what's going on within them. And then there's some that's gonna, say, all right, you know what? Yeah, I'm not feeling well. This is not where I want to be. So, you know what? Let's turn it up a bit. You know?
Right, and that's perfectly okay. But what I'm saying is that you're healthy mentally when you're okay with listening to a sad song or a trill song or whatever song. You know what I mean? Regardless of the mood. You know what I'm you know what I'm saying? So
Uh,
I really think it's a trigger. It's a psychological trigger when you see people who can't handle sad songs and don't want to ever listen to a sad song or a real song, like songs that are actually talking about real life, instead of these like the fake, mostly fake bullshit. You know, the clout songs. Talking about chasing women and drinking and partying.
let me ask you something. Well, now I know pretty much everybody's familiar with Michael Jackson songs. What kind of a song would you consider "Man in the Mirror"?
I wouldn't call it a sad song, but I think that some people who are depressed may have a problem listening to that song. But I wouldn't call it a sad song.
Well, I'm just gonna speak from my own point of view, or something, because I think I somewhat had a conversation earlier about that. Is that I get emotional at songs that really was kind of an uplifting type song, or
Yes, I agree. Those are the main ones that make me cry. There's a song by fuck, I can't think of the same. Let It Burn or whatever. Burn is the name of the song. And it's really a happy song, but that song makes me cry because it's like revolution. But it's a happy cry. It's a happy and it's sad too, because it's like why we can't have this shit, why people ain't actually feeling this way type shit. Doc says
yeah.
depression is in its simplest form a state of denial combined with narcissism. Boom. Doc reads books. Here's
He
another
also
one.
has Google, but okay.
Doc says, "Hey man, Will Smith rocks. I like happy rap, and it's okay. And that's okay. My point is, a lot of people they'll listen to only R&B or only rap or only classical or whatever the hell it is. Like they're not comfortable letting themselves go through these range of emotions that these different things take them to. You know what I'm saying? They're not mentally healthy enough for it.
Hmm. I mean, I definitely would agree to some extent, because I mean it's such a this conversation has such a wide range that you're not gonna hit it on the head for every situation, because there's so many different people, in like, I mean, we're far from monolithic. So one person not gonna handle. I mean, I'm sure, like, you don't handle situations the same way I do, and I don't handle situations the same way Deuce does, and Deuce the same. He doesn't handle it the same way Doc might. So it's kind of hard to say, you know, with that whole idea. And I know this is for conversation, but just to say that people that's depressed don't listen to sad music. You
Yeah, I'm
some
generalizing.
yeah, I know,
Yes.
because some of us will,
Yeah,
so
I'm totally generalizing, but
yeah.
it's the point of it. Well, before I move on, I'm gonna read his comment. Doc says Doc studied childhood development and abnormal psychology. So basically,
Oh,
he's saying he knows his shit. So the
okay.
title of the show,
I'm sorry, Doc, for my Google comment. Then I was just fucking with you, but I
so the
no
title.
harm meant. Yeah.
Yeah, the title is Arrested Development, okay? And I feel like that's what we are at. And this depression thing and the denial and not listening to sad songs is connected to that. Because what I'm saying is for your growth, you know what I mean? For your mental health, you need to be able to go through the ranges of emotion. Like Anaya, my daughter, she doesn't like to watch movies. She says movies take me through all these emotions and I just don't want to go through all of that.
Well, tell her she's got to put on her big girl drawers and have to kind of deal with it, because that's the only way to really even walk through this world without, having to, saying you can identify certain things in life that's not going to trigger you or send you through a group of, emotions that you may not want to share in all of those moments.
I would say some of that may be my fault, but you know that I have to disclosure that. But because I don't watch TV much, and when I do watch TV, it's gonna be something fucking intense. It's probably gonna be a movie. I really like horror, and like I read a lot of horror fiction. Like I have a morbid as mentality on the way I look at the world, and I remember taking her as a small child to go see like zombie movies when she was like a baby and shit. And she was like a baby, and you can see her. She's looking at the screen and her legs start moving like she's trying to run and shit. So I think I did kind of traumatize her a bit with horror movies from a small child.
I was a little bit effed up from a kid because the very first movie I saw, and I was maybe still even like toddler, but the first movie that they said that I lost my mind was Star Wars. And then when what's the what was his
Chewbacca.
Yeah, he did that shit. It was just like I lost it, and there was no more movie for any, especially my mom. She just like she had to take me out. You know what I'm saying? So
they had to struggle to it, and it's so sad. I feel kind of bad, but the thing is, okay, you're young, you have a wife and a child, and fuck, I like to go watch horror movies, and I can't do nothing without them. Like it's always us together. So fuck that. We all going together and watching this damn movie that I want to fucking watch. Fuck that.
yeah. I mean, you really got to even be careful with just even sounds, because, bro, the way that the music,
especially in the theater,
the music background, the score of a movie definitely leads gives a certain feeling or helps present that feeling. So those frequencies that's coming through all those sounds, even if they're not able to really, get into the visuals, they're still being subject to those sounds that will affect them later. So I mean, you really got to be careful from. I get freaked out from time to time when it's on ID. I wake up and I hear, ID playing in the background, and it's a lot of, creepy, weird sounds that they have as they're telling these different stories. And I'm a grown ass man, and that shit still it fucks with me. So.
Doc says, "No, it's true. My Google foo is strong."
I know, but yeah, I didn't know that he studied. I mean, of course, psychology. I knew that he was, in tune, and I know some of his background as far as, his spiritual side and things like that. But I don't. Yeah, go ahead.
He says, "Have you watched The Strain yet?" I don't know what that is.
Me either. I haven't heard of that.
But I was really curious with psychology. I ain't gonna lie, And I looked at the classes. I be looking at that shit and scrolling that shit because I could take those classes. But I saw how many classes of psychology. Like that shit is unbelievable. I cannot explain to y'all because different class or different groups or different disciplines have a certain number of classes to get to you get to professional level. Fucking psychology, bro. You could just keep scrolling, keep on scrolling, keep on scrolling, and keep on scrolling.
I have a hood psychology degree, which I obtained an honors, an honorable mention degree. I guess I don't know what you say, but I've always from childhood been like a high observer.
Yeah.
To where like a lot of the things that like I can almost explain it out just based on my interaction with somebody.
Well, I was going to go in that direction in my academic career. I thought about it. I thought heavily about it, and I've taken a few classes, but they go in towards my degree anyway. So, but I realized that shit is like a never-ending fucking road, bro. And they still learning shit they always learning new shit. And then I don't like fraud. Fruit, whatever the fuck his name is. This dude,
Sigmund Freud.
and it's like a lot of some of the stuff is useful, but
Freud. Yeah.
It annoys the fuck out of me how all the psychology is based on this nigga, bro. And his dude was definitely a weirdo. Like, he had a problem with his dad. I don't know. He wanted to have sex with his mom. I don't know. This dude was a fucking weirdo, bro. Like, and a lot of the psychology is based on that. And that's another reason why I fucking couldn't do it, because I kept having to read about this fucking weirdo. And I was like, this guy is clearly a fucking, like, something is wrong with this guy.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, man. You know, some of the, I mean, I can't really say that I'm, you know, a true Freud fan, but I would have to say that most weirdos, people that could be identified as crazy and almost to the point of insane, usually have a certain point of view that can understand, or that may have a certain way of being able to see other minds.
I think some of that shit is useful. It's just weighed way too heavily. And there's plenty of other sources where they can, you know, get information from. This dude, like, he wants to compete with his father and sexually and shit. Like, this shit is, and that's like the whole basis of the psychology and shit like that. Like, this shit is.
Well, I mean, that does go into, like, I mean, he
back me up, Doc. I know you know what I'm talking about.
He was definitely struggling with some psychological issues, but, you know, to follow the philosophies of someone and make that somewhat a source, or to say that, you know, this is something to.
That's why I say
he would have been. I would have probably said he would have been more of a case study to pay attention to.
No, not in psychology. Every time, every subject they talk about, they go back to that dude. Every fucking time, bro. Every time, it's every area of the psychology. It goes back to him.
It's for his teachings, or for, you know, to study his philosophies.
It's his philosophies, and they use that shit, you know, for everything. And it's like that. It's like I said, it's annoying. Every different area of psychology, once you start learning about it, they're gonna make you go back to some Freud shit every time. Doc says, Doctor of Divinity, non-dimensional religion, associated in speech, communication, and education with specialties in childhood development, abnormal psychology, and special education. But I get paid more to serve lasagna to old people and their parents. Doc, back me up on the fraud being kind of a creep. It says psychology is fraud or Jung. The music is Beatles or Elvis. See, he's saying, okay, psychology is Freud or Jung. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is.
Clear as day for me, but you can break it down for the people.
Yeah, so basically, like, he's backing up what I'm saying. Like, a big, huge amount of psychology is fraud. A big, huge amount of it is based on that shit. And I'm just saying, it's annoying to me. That's all. I read too much shit about him and his philosophy. I've read enough of his philosophy. I don't want to read no more about that shit. That shit left me with nightmares and fucking with me mentally, bro. Just reading the way that nigga was thinking fucked my head up.
Yeah. You know, I think me learning about it in school is certain things. When you say certain things, I'm probably not gonna dig as deep as they are trying to get you to, because it's for a reason. You know, like, a lot of times they lead you to these different people where it's taking you away from other things that you could be, you know, focusing your energy into. And
that's what I hate. I really think that the more you're in academics, the more they're gonna get you, because they make you read certain books and they try to, they put certain philosophies over others, And you read it so many times, after a while, you just fucking agree with them, bro. Once you've got a doctorate, master's degree and shit, your ass believe them. Like, you agree with them because they've been saying that shit on so many classes. Now you're like, okay, well, yeah, fraud is, that nigga was a genius. And I'm like, yeah, he was a smart guy, and I think he has some good philosophies, but I don't think we should base our whole damn fucking psychology on this guy's philosophy.
Nah.
He should get an honorable mention at best.
Yeah. I'm sure there's some plenty of other psychologists, even philosophers, that could lead us in a better direction with understanding the mind and, you know, behaviors and things of that sort than what we've learned from Freud.
Let's talk about Ukraine a bit. Can't help but to talk about this damn topic. God damn. So, you know, the thing about the Nazis, bro, did y'all see the clip that of Putin when he was like, you know, don't let the nationalists use you guys as human shields. The nationalists, you know, the Nazis are trying to take over your country or whatever. That's what he's saying. So don't let them use y'all as human shields. So, and Tim Black was talking about that in the other show about, you know, he was like, some guy he knew that told him that it's a bunch of Nazis in Ukraine. So
did you see the show tonight? He's still on. Yeah, he's still on.
Oh, you talking about
Tim Black? Yeah.
No, I didn't get. I was at work. Yep, it's still on right now. Let me refresh this page and see if it's really still on. I'm competing against this nigga. I ain't got a chance.
He went in, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Earlier in the show,
he's still in. He's still on right now. It's 230 people watching this shit.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm one of them. I mean, I got it on the TV above me.
Yeah, so Russia, Ukraine, Putin talking about, you know, the damn Nazis over there, you know, and, you know, Russia is the ones who stopped the Nazis last time. Boom, bada bing. Come on, you guys. Remember your fucking history. You know, well, and the thing is, a lot of the Nazis came over here to America after that.
Yeah.
You know, exactly. America was very sympathetic to the Nazis historically, you guys. I bet you guys didn't know that.
Watch your mouth.
I bet you guys didn't know that. But look at us.
Those were other Europeans that happened to reside in the Americas.
I feel you. But look at what side we're on this time. And the way that we was talking about the media last night and like how they're fucking spinning everything. But look at what side we're on now. So basically, if these are Nazis that have basically taken over Ukraine or whatever, then we're on the opposite side of the Nazis. We're fighting with the Nazis. We're helping them.
Well, see, and that's one of those things that, you know, I try to tell people. It's like, you know, all these things, like, I mean, we have so many examples of how much this government and, you know, the media, all the different fractions of the government, which, you know, media, like whatever level you want to look at, like they've perfected lying to us. The comment I made on Facebook today is like, we're so good. I was like, good at believing the lies.
Yeah.
And there's it's so much that's going on. Like, people don't really. I don't see that they. You know, they take what at face value what these people say to us. You know, not them, us. Like, and, I mean, well,
and don't even say them. Don't even check it. Don't even fact check nothing. Let's not
remember all the things that has happened before. Yeah. It looks exactly like what we're going through right now.
Yeah. That's why I say, please, you guys, please do a little bit of history, bro. It'll tell you exactly what's going on right now. Doc says, I like to say it's all about Freud and his mother. I'm telling you, bro, that nigga was a creep. Doc says, not over. He said, not over others, before others. They try to teach things in a specific order so you see how it's built. I understand that, and now I don't like that. He says, but the problem is they don't all agree on the order, and to not everyone agrees who is worthy to be included in the ranks of the founders of the discipline. And then he says, we were friendly to their scientists, talking about the Nazis. So, worthy to be included into the ranks of father. So that's what's wrong with Western fucking academics. It's like, it's all like I said before about the damn citations. The damn citations always go back to some white man. You know what I mean? No offense. This is not racial. I'm just, stating things as they are. You know what I mean? So like the academics is like, okay, citation, who said this first or whatever? Where's your source?
Yeah.
Where's your source? And then it has to be a reputable source. The reputable source just so happens to be some white man.
In most cases, the books that we find, I mean, you don't really get the perspective or the points of view of black people in most cases, because they're not gonna, if they're, part of that bootleg class, the boule, those who are trying to get a few blocks of ice out of their refrigerator because that's the coldest ice. Yeah, I mean, there's some that will follow that way, but for the most case, we're gonna have a totally different, viewpoint because our experience is different. So they don't want to share that with the world, or even to just our national news, local news, news, because we're gonna screw up their whole agenda. In my opinion.
Let's see. Doc sent me some links. Let me see if I can open it. Oh, okay. Let's see if I can get away with playing this.
This season on The Strain.
Releasing for survivors.
It's not a CBC case anymore.
Disease is incubating. We need to shut down this airport so it doesn't spread. As of now, you are no longer involved. Nobody wants to tell the truth.
You're still sick.
They're undergoing a renewal. When they come out the other side, there's something completely different. What was in the box?
There's been an enormous power and terrible will.
He's here. Are you saying this epidemic was intentional, that somebody planned this?
I would never hurt anybody. You're gonna murder everyone on that list of yours?
Yes.
We're not hunting human beings.
They're hunting us.
Get the gasoline.
The Strain. All new. Sundays at 10 on FX.
Oh, so it's like it looks like a zombie, some kind of zombie thing. I love zombie stuff, but I don't really watch TV. I ain't gonna lie. The chances of me actually watching that is very low.
Yeah, no, I never really got into it that much. Could be interesting, but
yeah, it looks good. It actually looks good. I ain't gonna lie, Doc. It looks good. I just don't never have time. I don't have that kind of time to actually sit down and watch. Especially, I actually try to avoid, the TV shows type stuff, because I'll get stuck in them. I'll get stuck and I'll be fucking watching that shit for a week, and then I'll end up not being productive.
yeah, because you're too tired.
Well, I won't do shit else. I'll just be watching the damn show. I'll probably be doing other things while I'm watching the show, of course. I'm just that guy. I'm always doing multiple fucking things at a time, but still, I'm gonna be watching the damn show. That shouldn't be my focus. I'm one of them people, like I think what you say, like addictive personality, if you will. I'll get addicted to something if it's really good, and then I'll fucking, I'll binge watch shit. So
Yeah.
hopefully, hopefully it already has all the seasons or the episodes there, because if it's good, I'm gonna watch the next one and watch the next one. I won't go to sleep. No. I won't sleep till it's over.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, me personally, I probably will fall asleep in the middle of a movie. If I turn a movie, in most cases, that's what happens because, you know, I'm going so much, and especially when I'm at home, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll pass out in a minute because I'm just in a comfort zone that I don't see very often. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm always on my toes.
You're always
You know,
running.
yeah, like
Yeah, you're always on the grind. I get it. So when you sit down and be still, it's like, I guess it's time. Your body says it. Your body says, I guess it's time for me to go to sleep. Like,
yeah, wait a minute. This is like an actual environment that feels like totally comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I can completely relax.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sleepy time. It's night time.
Yeah.
I love movies though, so that's what I'll do. I'll watch a movie because it's only gonna be like 2 hours over there, so it ain't gonna be. It ain't gonna get me attached.
Give me a moment because I meant to bring my bottle over here and my shot glass, my limes. So give me a moment while I do that.
Bet. We're gonna get crunk. I'm sipping too.
Hold on a minute.
We're gonna get it crunk.
Yes,
Doc
sir.
says, let me read the comments. Go ahead. Doc says to find reputable sources from people of color, you need to look from 58 forward. Even then, it is normally not considered a scholarly source until the late 70s, since many were published privately and not academically. That's what I be saying. It should be pissing me off. I'll be bringing it up to my instructors. I'll be giving them a hard time. I wrote a whole fucking paper about that shit. Doc says Vampire the Strigoi. Am I saying that right? I have some stuff. The damn Ukraine thing. Let me see. Ukraine, bro. Fucking, I really want to see the Putin clip, and I saw a clip where they was talking about the they were saying the president and all of them had fled the city, and then so the president of Ukraine and his top officers did a video, and it was like, we right here, bro, we right here. And then there's another clip of where it was a Russian sub saying, hey y'all, needless bloodshed, lay down your weapons. And they was like, fuck you. And apparently those people died because they're saying they're giving them a Medal of Honor or some shit, Ukraine medal or whatever, because they didn't give up their post.
To stay in Ukraine? To stay in Ukraine, they're giving them a Medal of Honor?
Well, they died. These people were on an island. It was an island that got taken over by the Russians.
Yeah.
And these people, like, they got on the radio. The sub got on the radio and was like, "Okay, you guys, lay down your weapons, so there was no unnecessary bloodshed." And the people were like, "Fuck you." And so, but the clip doesn't show anybody dying, but apparently those people died. That's what they're saying.
Oh, okay.
And Ukraine is giving them a medal, posthumous medal, for not giving up their post.
Well,
I ain't gonna lie, nigga, I'm leaving.
I would say I hope they enjoy it.
The Russians call me on the phone and be like, "Lay down your weapons, bruh, so there's no unleashed bullshit." I'd be like, "Bet." I'm coming out with my hands up, bruh. I'm not fucking with y'all like that.
Yeah, man.
I'm just being 100. Y'all can call me a pussy, whatever, nigga. I don't want I don't want it. I don't want missiles.
I call that smart because, I mean, bro, in order for, if you ever want to win the battle, you got to make sure that you can really stand up in a battle. Like, I mean, most people all over the world knows they don't want to go up with Russia. Like they got a lot of, I mean,
Like
U.S.
they
United
finna send
States has
missiles. They're on a fucking sub. They finna send some missiles to me.
say, bro.
No, I don't want none of that, bro. I'm good.
Look, the Russian military is a lot more sophisticated than anyone else on the planet. You know, a lot of the technologies that they're using in their arms is, from the last I saw, is some of the most sophisticated, some of the most powerful, the most destructive. Like, I mean, whatever angle you want to look at it from, shoot, they got it. And
So
then
what?
and then they got somebody who is not finna play with, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, look, we done had all the talking for the last 2-3 months. We at this point right now, it ain't much to talk about.
That's what Putin is saying. And people don't understand that this is not no recent really development. But I wanted to ask you, damn it, I lost it.
Yeah, they've been separate from this is far from new, and it's like, look, I remember hearing Putin say, look, if y'all would have come up, you know, like would have met my demands, we wouldn't be here.
Do you think that's what Trump is saying? We would have never been here if he was in office. You think he would have met Putin's command?
Well, one of the things that I think people don't realize, like, I mean, because we could have chosen to be a part of it if we wanted to, but with the whole deal with being a part of NATO is what really kind of just pulls them in. It just sucks them into wars that we may not really want to be a part of.
Definitely.
The Biden, you know, when Biden really kind of look at the whole thing, like, because I mean, Trump said it, you know, like I said, that we, you know what I'm saying, look, we go around here and do the bidding for all of these different countries. We're not getting properly, you know, funded for it. You know, we're just pretty much going everybody else's bully, like these little small countries, because they're part of this society that they've connected themselves with, or you know, that U.S. happens to be a part of as well. They really get the benefit of, you know, being the little scrappy dudes, like, come on, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on, and you know they couldn't, you know, win the fight on their own in the first place. So like,
So did you hear what Trump, the recent clips from Trump where he's saying, you know, we would have never been here in this situation at all. This whole thing
yeah,
wouldn't have even been on the table at all if I was in office.
look, I'm gonna tell you something, because and I think that we did have a higher level of respect when Trump was in office, because like he was able to talk with these different leaders that was like, all right, I get it, you know what I'm saying? Like people was like, okay, well, we at least dealing with somebody who understands. Yeah, he's probably an asshole, you know, he, you know, this, that, and the other, because most of them probably relate, they assholes too, you know what I'm saying? You know, don't push me, like, you know, we can, you know, do business, this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. Long as you ain't stepping on, you know, my wingtips, we good.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you, I didn't get to see Tim Black. What was he saying about it? He was talking about the Nazis and stuff.
Yeah, man. I mean, cause see, that's one of the things. Wait a minute, hold on. What you
The
say, bro?
media is not saying that shit though.
Yeah,
Our media is not saying that at all.
no, because see, and that's the thing. You know, it's really disappointing to me that we don't, you know, because I know there's other people that's around that you know may see it the way we see it, but you know that our media has consumed us and made us somewhat slaves to believe in them for whatever reason. I don't know why, but you know, it's yeah, Tim Black. I mean, because Tim Black was definitely like going off on how, because they were actually just talking about it more just recently. Like he's doing phone calls and stuff now, where there's a lot of people talking about the whole Nazi dynamic with, you know, over there, over here, and many other places that is still trying to convince people that, um, you know, they need to be a part of what they're doing, or you know, trying to get the support because they still have the same agenda. Like I mean, and we're silly enough to we're not seeing it and really helping something that goes against us in the long run, potentially putting ourselves in danger for something that has nothing to do with us. So, I mean, to answer Deuce's question, no, I don't think we would be here at all. Like, this whole thing with Ukraine probably wouldn't happen. Like, there's a lot of times the bigger powers already know that they are the bigger powers and that they can strong arm certain people at any moment. But it's because of the interaction with that smaller power that's like, you know what, you causing more trouble than anything else. You know what? I just need to take over this because it makes more sense for me to do that. And I'm not. I mean, I honestly, I don't give a shit about what happens between Russia and Ukraine because they're the same.
Doc says they have some of the best technology in the world. They stole it from us and China. Those tiny countries talking shit like Kevin Hart because he's got The Rock. The U.S. backing him up.
Exactly. Exactly.
This is the
because I mean, if Trump, we wouldn't, because he took us out of NATO years ago. As soon as Biden got back in office, he did that. So, like to me, it's just kind of like, was this a part of the plan? Is this something that they were, a part of, one of the pieces on their chessboard?
I think it was a part of their plan because I think the Democratic Party had every reason to want to go into war. They've been wanting to start a war. Look at the shit they did when Obama was in office. You know what I'm saying? And they're being pushed by the bigger powers, in my opinion.
Well, look, I've been telling people, I was like this thing is way bigger than what you think because I mean, that's just like when we go back to the Iraq War, Afghanistan, all these different things, we weren't there because of like it's been proven, how the whole thing that started it was not done by the people that was said. I mean,
all lies.
Yeah, like all the lies have come out and has been. I'm just gonna say proven that there was a bunch of bullshit, and then they continued. Even after the lies came out, they continued 10 more years after that to go and extract resources or have a stronghold on a place that because I mean I guess something that goes even deeper than that, like we're still dealing with the same war that's been happening for 2,000 years or 1,500 years with the whole what you call it, the Inquisition, the Christian Muslim wars. That was an extension of it with Afghanistan, Iraq, and all that kind of stuff. But
I think a lot of people need to look at these wars in historical context. Definitely, it definitely will help you understand what's actually happening because a lot of this stuff is continuations from, more than hundreds of years back, maybe thousands of years. Let me see. Doc says 46 just got his pants pulled down on the world stage by a group of religious fanatics who just barely out of the Middle Ages. No one cares. He become impotent in world politics. I can't disagree with you there, dog. It's fucking sad. It's embarrassing. We all gotta acknowledge, you know what? Whether you voted for him or not, he's your president. If you're a United States citizen.
We have nothing to be proud of right now.
Let me play this.
All these motherfuckers.
This is what I was talking about. You will be hit. Acknowledge. Fuck it as well. Just in case. Female voice whisper. Russian warship, go fuck yourself. See, it says, I'm a Russian warship. I repeat, I'm a Russian military ship proposing to put down arms immediately to avoid bloodshed and a justified deaths. In worst case, you will be hit with a bomb strike. I am repeating. I am a Russian military ship proposed to put down arms or you will be hit. Acknowledge. Fuck
Well,
it as well.
a lot of times they do have people who are on a suicide mission once they take that oath or whatever you want to call it.
Well, they did what you're really supposed to do. That's their training.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point,
that's why my ass ain't.
Well,
that's why my ass ain't in the military.
I don't want to say say that these people are just stupid, because I mean they're doing their job.
Yeah, that's their training. Like I say, but that's why my ass ain't in the military. My dad and my brother was in it.
But my thing is, when you're part of a military that has incompetent leadership, I mean, how do you handle that?
Right. I'm not gonna follow an order that I know is stupid, or an order that's telling me to go to the front line so I can be a fucking whoopee cushion.
Yeah. Well, I'm not about to let nobody bounce up and down on me. So, you know what I'm saying? Because, bro.
Because that's what they'll do. They'll use you as a decoy and let your death be, part of the fucking collateral damage for using you as a decoy. Like,
I mean, for some of them, they feel like that position was worth dying for.
Not me.
But what I'm saying, I mean, I'm just saying for them, they see
that nigga say he ain't dying for no country.
Nah, I mean, I'm gonna tell you that there are things that I will die for. You know what I'm saying? My nation is right here. I have some extensions of it from this location, but this is my country. So, you know what I'm saying? Like I will die for it. But as far as, but I am the dictator in this situation. I'm the one that sets the laws and the rules and whatever's happening. So I'm supposed to. I have to. But in certain cases like this, I mean, you have to not be blind when it comes down to seeing how the people that's, you're following obviously are oblivious to what's really happening, because they lost before they even started the war. Like they were already done, because for the longest, Putin is like, you know, like why does he need to negotiate with them? You know what I'm saying? He had when it was coming to this whole pipeline issue, he for the longest he could have done what he did before. Like he could have went around him a long time ago, but he dealt with it. He just got he just got released on a lot of the sanctions that he's been under for some years. And these people have been playing with him for the longest. It's just like, wait a minute. Look, y'all, look, you know what? I'm not gonna be y'all bitch. You know what I'm saying? I've been trying to be cordial. Like I've been responsible because I've been had all of these weapons I could have fucked you up with years ago.
Yeah.
Oh man, let me play this.
Мы с пленными. Возможно, это ошибка, но мы к пленным относимся довольно хорошо.
Damn, I guess I kind of
Поэтому
have to read it for y'all.
специально запишу по-русски.
I record this in Russian to make it be fucking clear.
Что, ребята?
Well,
Как
guys,
дела?
what's up?
Что, тиха
What
украинская
is the
ночь? Да, как
Ukrainian
говорил
night
великий
quiet?
украинский
As the
писатель
great
Гоголь.
Ukrainian writer
Все ли у
Gogol
вас
said.
хорошо, ребята?
Is everything good with you,
Нравятся
kids?
ли вам наши
Do you like our
байрактары? Как вы
Bayraktars?
думаете, что
What do
это
you
над вами
think?
сейчас?
What's flying above you right now?
Вы думаете,
What
что
do you
это шуршит
think?
в
What is
кустах,
rustling in the
пацаны?
bushes?
Какие у вас есть мысли
What
по
thoughts do
этому
you have about
поводу?
that?
Чтобы это
What
могло
the fuck could
быть,
it be?
блядь. Ребятки,
Dudes, you are
пиздец.
fucked.
Вы сейчас
You've
остановились.
stopped for now.
У нас все хорошо.
We're fine. We're
Мы
pulling up our
подтягиваем резервы.
reserves.
У нас есть
We have
авиация,
aviation.
есть
We have
танки.
tanks.
У нас есть все.
We've got everything. Your ass is ours, fellows.
Давайте так.
How about this?
Сдайтесь нахуй в
Why don't you
плен.
fucking surrender
Пока
while you
есть
still
такая
have the
возможность.
chance?
Многие ваши уже выбрали
Many
этот
of us have
путь.
already
Самый
chosen the
херовый
path. It's not
дистанции.
that
Мы с
bad,
пленными.
really. It may be a
Возможно,
mistake, but
это
we treat
ошибка, но мы к
prisoners of
пленным
war
относимся
fairly
довольно
well.
хорошо. Поэтому
So you're
сейчас
stuck
мы
right now.
встали.
As soon as we'll
А
start
дальше
kicking your
мы
ass,
начнем вас гонять. И делать мы это
and we'll start doing it right now.
Поэтому
Therefore,
используйте
use
свой
your
последний
last
шанс.
chance.
Специально запишу по-русски.
Say, bro, just soldiers pleading with these people. Saw the warship was like, "Oh, get the fuck up out of here before," you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all need to drop your arms. Don't give me a reason, you know what I'm saying? Because it's everything is already set. Like, look, I got my coordinates already in what our next hit. So if you don't do, handle this shit properly, I'm just gonna be looking for the word. I mean, a lot of these soldiers are telling these people is like, look, you don't want this mess.
Yeah. It's fucking sad, man. It's a sad situation. Why the hell we even in it? Like you say, why the fuck we're mixed in it in the first place?
Yeah, I'm tired of having that conversation because it's like, I mean, I think I spoke about it last week, and maybe I'm just saying like it doesn't make sense. But for some people, it's okay to give up their citizens, or like trade off the lives of your citizens in order for you to seem right. Just all right. Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's a chick. That's a chick from that was on Wild 'N Out.
I don't know about that, but I know she was on America's Next Top Models. This is one of my guilty
might be
pleasures.
different.
I used to watch America's Top Model like a motherfucker, bro. I was into that shit for the first, 20 seasons. I was heavy into that show because I'm a big fan of what's her name? I can't think of her name. The one who
Zaya?
got
I forget.
Tyra Banks.
No.
Tyra Banks.
Oh.
I'm a big fan of Tyra Banks. And then it's like the way she did the people, they were all like her little Barbie dolls. They were all like her little art projects. Oh, I see you. Is that tequila?
Yes, sir.
Man, y'all both suck. I ain't gonna even much lie. It's my first day back at work. Fuck y'all.
Look, this a big baller that may not last through tomorrow.
Well, like I
I've been
say,
on. I've been on it since yesterday. So
yeah, y'all talk about whatever, bro. I gotta take an intermission. I'll be right back.
do your thing, brother. Deuce,
What's up, bro?
I tried to connect. Well, I'm lying. I did not try to connect with you yesterday. Oh, when was I? Yeah, I was in Houston. Today is Saturday. No, today is Friday. So yeah, I was
Yeah,
there
Friday.
yesterday. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
over.
man. And yeah, I didn't know when you were gonna make it in town, and I probably should have called you. I actually ended up having to go do my DOT physical yesterday.
What?
Yeah, so I went down that, and that shit took all day. I got there when they first opened, and didn't leave until like damn near. I think it was like 1, 2 o'clock.
Damn, what took so long? What time you got there?
I got there at 8:30 in the morning.
And you didn't leave
It's just
until when?
yeah, because
Is
it's
this because
where
of
they.
COVID restrictions?
No, that clinic has always taken a long time, man. They just because they do not only do they do drug screen and DOT physicals, they do workman's comp, occupational type of injuries and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where did you go? What part of town?
right there to Pasadena and
Okay.
or is that Laporte? I think that's Laporte, right there on Fairmont Parkway, 146 and Fairmont Parkway.
Yeah. So that's the area you live close to, or is that where your job is?
Yeah, my job is in Laporte, and we got a location in Deer. Our main plant is Deer Park, and then I live in League City. I live off of 45 South. I'm about I'm about 30 minutes from the Galveston Seawall there in League City.
Yeah. There's a place that I go to in most cases is right there in Cypress.
Hmm.
Not too far from my old part of town. When I was living in Houston, wasn't too far from there. Right there on 529. I get that stuff taken care of in like less than like less than 2 hours.
Damn.
Hour and
So does your
15 minutes.
so does your company have any regulations on? Because this company here, we have to go where they send us to do it. But
Oh
by you
no.
being an owner operator, do they give you the option to go wherever you want to go or what?
No, I just need a medical card.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, I know this is where I go for this or that, and blah blah blah. I don't know because they can tell. I mean, of course they could always suggest something, but no. And now when it comes down to like a drug test, yeah, I gotta go to the place that they say. But other than that, no. I go wherever I decide I'm gonna go, get it done, and that's that.
Okay. I got you. I got you. I got you, man. How you been enjoying that hometown, bro?
Man, loving it, bro. Like my son,
I bet.
man, we've been we've been kicking it. Let me take this damn jacket off. It's cold as hell up here, bro. I don't know what's happening.
Where you at? You still in Houston?
I'm just gonna say I'm not too far from Austin.
Oh, okay, yeah. But man, the weather been holding pretty strong in Houston too as well, man.
It's cold.
Yeah, it's cold. When I left, it was like 40 something, like 42 degrees. And last night it dropped down in the 30s last night,
Yeah,
Thursday night. Yeah, we've
yeah.
been
The
we've
load
been
that
holding
I
on to our winter.
the load that brought me down into Houston was came out of Farmers Branch, and
Okay.
I delivered it to Houston the same night. I did a straight through, and Shoot, man, it was like 25 the other day, and
Yeah,
it
I'm
was
up in
39 for whatever reason. Like my phone's been saying it was 39. The car said it was 39. My phone said it was 39. So I'm assuming it was 39, but it felt like fucking 15.
yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I'm right here in Ardmore. I stopped here. I was damn near on fuel. I stopped here to get fuel and do a 30-minute break, and it's snow and ice everywhere. Love the fuel island. We got ice all in the fuel island. And
Ice.
that ice,
Wait a minute, hold on.
yeah, ice.
Ice in the fuel island.
Yep, it's ice in the fuel bays. Look like they got a bunch of snow and ice up here. Probably, I would say it. Probably yesterday. Had to have been Friday sometime because we're in the Saturday now, and that
Yeah.
shit's all over. It's all over. Yeah, pulling into the parking lot, it's a sheet of ice pulling into the Love's truck stop.
Damn. So what's
Yeah,
your
so
plan?
that shit
What
must have happened yesterday.
you got any plans for this evening? I mean, let's see, it's tomorrow.
Shoot, I'm out
Working.
here on the road. Yeah,
You
yeah, I
you
won't be
working?
back home until next Thursday. Not well, this coming Thursday. I'll be home this coming Thursday.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, 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 bro. Them 2 days off, shit. That's all a brother gets. Yeah, 2 days.
Yeah, man. I'm shit with Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I got 4. I'll be back on it Monday.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
They don't have no time limit on how long you can stay. You stay home as long as you want, huh?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
On owner operator. You that's shit. You want to take a loss, you take a loss.
Yeah. Yeah. Normally when I was on the operator and I used to stay out, I would stay out anywhere between 3 to 6 weeks. Yeah. I would normally take a full 7 days off when I come home.
Yeah. I usually stay out a few months, 2 to 3 months, or maybe sometimes more. But yeah, I usually take a week to 10 days or so off.
Yeah. Yeah, you need that. Gotta recuperate being in that damn truck.
Yeah, man. It's every time I get out of it, that's when I'm able to really see how stressful it really is.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, I'm so accustomed to those, that's what I'm doing to where it doesn't really bother me.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I'm
I
trying to
love it.
balance. Yeah. I'm trying to balance my shit out now, man, because I mean, I get a little rest. I get a lot more rest on the truck than I do at home. But still, when I come home, because I team drive, so when I come, I don't rest like I should. But then when I come home, it's constant go, go, go. It's like trying to help the wife, make sure, give her a little relief when I come off the road with getting the kids stuff ready, help her get the kids stuff ready. Try to be up, before they go off to school and stuff like that. And my wife is always like, well, you should take a nap throughout the day. And it's like, that's just hard to do because if I take a nap throughout the day, I'm not going to sleep when you want me to be in bed with you at night.
Man, say bro, that part is like so hilarious to me because, you know, um, when you gone for such a while, like I mean a lot of people don't realize it's like married couples who's at home every day, they don't really understand our lifestyle because it's just like when you do get home, there's so many things like you're in high demand. Like even people outside of the home is like, man, I ain't seen you in so long, man. When we gonna hook up? What's people trying to do shit with you. I'm just really just trying to enjoy just the time with the family. My son's birthday was just my main reason for being home right now is to celebrate my son and his birthday. Him and his homeboys, we're gonna get together and do something tomorrow. So
That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, man. So, I get it, bro. I get it.
yeah,
But, I was talking to my wife and I was telling her, I say, we thought that being gone on the road 3 to 4 weeks or 6 weeks, or whatever, or 2 months was the worst thing, I say. But if you actually look at it, I actually had more quality home time. I say because I got a full 7-day cycle with y'all at home.
yeah. I mean, and then you can really kind of plan. I mean, when you're home for a day and a day and a half, 2 days or whatever, there's not a whole lot you can really accomplish within that home time, that day and a half. But when you go out and you kind of position yourself to where you can take off for a week, even if it's a half a week, where you got some weekend and some weekday time to get business things taken care of, stuff that you wouldn't be able to do, excuse me, otherwise. You have that time to get it done. So um, it just really kind of looks at how you see life, because I mean you can have a more quality of time with your family when you, instead of being just home on the weekends, because a lot of times if you at home like that, you're still trying to get rest. But if you, opposed to having a day and a half to 2 days or up to 10 or 14, whatever it is that you choose, because I usually do 7 days, 10 days, 7 to 10 days at the crib, but I got a lot of stuff going on. I'm just gonna spend these 3, 4 days, get back out there. The world changing, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, it is, especially with this shit going on. You know, we don't know if the U.S. is, well, they pretty much involved, but don't know if they gonna fight. It's just shit crazy.
well, we don't.
We really don't need to, because them cyber, he ain't even got to hit us with no nuclear weapons and that, but the cyber attacks is enough to fucking kill our infrastructure.
If it spill over, if they decide they're gonna spit some missiles at us, man, it's going to really change the ecosystem after that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Don't shoot none at the U.S.
where you at now? You in North Houston now?
Nah, I'm in Oklahoma. I'm in Ardmore, Oklahoma.
Yeah, North Houston. I mean, Dallas.
Yeah. I'm up here. I'll be almost to Oklahoma City here in a little bit. Yeah, that little town where you were saying you want to take your mom to that casino resort.
Yeah.
Right here in Oklahoma, above Texas. It's called Thackersville, Oklahoma.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's like as soon as you cross the line from Texas, pretty much right there. For that big Windstar Hotel Casino Resort, that big sucker that's all lit up. Yeah, that's Thackersville, Oklahoma. I think that's how you say it. Thack. Was it Thack? ERSVILLE. Yes, sir. Yeah, yeah, bro. I wish I was still in town because I would have definitely tried to link up and do something, man. Cause it's the weekend too.
Where's Mr. Chocolate? Where is Mr. Chocolate?
There go that Bouchelet ass nigga.
Not no boule.
Boulet ass nigga. There you go.
Oh
He-
man.
That nigga had to go. I said Bouchelet. Damn, I sound. Damn, I didn't really say that. Yeah, there you go. That nigga had to go make him a spot of tea. Uh-oh. He putting the professor jacket on. He putting that professor jacket on. He ready. He got that spot of tea made.
You already know, bro. The
He got him
panini,
a fat blunt sitting right there, ready to be lit.
the panini maker and everything. Yeah, I'm good. I could go for another 2 hours now. I'm good. What y'all was talking about? Random shit.
Random shit. Truck driver, home life. Trying to balance and manage shit.
Yeah. I understand, bro. Let me see. What else did I want to cover? My fucking YouTube is fucking spinning. Let me see. Yeah, Arrested Development. I wanted to talk about the spiritual side of, like, you know what I mean? I feel like as humans, we're in arrested development, you know?
Yeah.
And the society that we live in, like the capitalists and all of this, all of the distractions that we have are all geared to keep us from, you know, in this arrested development and keeping us from growing spiritually.
Yeah. I feel that. So was you? I heard y'all earlier. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh no. I wanted to ask you because I was breaking up real bad crossing from Texas into Oklahoma, and I heard you guys talking about depression. You know, and I was kind of getting bits and pieces because it was breaking up real bad. But I think the last thing I caught was you saying that people not wanting to deal with it or something like that, or are not listening to certain things, or they're stuck in their delusion.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just wondering about that.
Yeah, being deluded is a part of being in depression, you know?
Yeah.
Not accepting reality, not accepting the truth, basically lying to yourself.
Yeah. I know, like, for me, like, when I faced depression, when I realized what it was that I was dealing with and going through, I just kind of made up in my mind, you know, that the best way to overcome it was to pretty much face it, deal with it, look depression in its face,
Exactly.
go through the motions, deal with it, understand, you know, try to have some understanding of what I'm going through, you know. And I remember being depressed in that time, you I listen to a lot of like Rod Wave and NBA Youngboy, dudes talking about their struggles and shit like that. Listen to some, a lot of shit like that, music like that. Man, it was so crazy how like everything that came was about like male mental health, and the shit that men really think and how we truly feel. So it's like now when I see that shit, I embrace it. Like I listen to it because it's like for me, it's like that's listening to that helped me to get through my moment.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, because that was the question that I asked. Was like I was saying that depressed people don't really like sad songs.
Yeah, I love them, girl. And I'll tell you something else. The reason why I like sad songs because to me, I'm the type of person, like if I really like an artist and if I'm listening to the song, if the beat, if I connect with the beat and then I listen to, like I'll listen to the beat first and I'll listen to the words and it's like, I always listen from a place of trying to live within that song, everything that they sing, like I'm visualizing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I think a lot of the shit be related, you know what I'm saying? Some rappers that's actually speaking some artists, music artists is actually, it don't have to be rappers, it can be an R&B singer, it can be a country singer, it can be, alternative rock or whatever you want to call, if they have some substance into what they're speaking and it's conscious and they're just talking about their ups and downs, that shit is relatable. So I always try to live in that moment.
Because real life has got its ups and downs. And if we want to just party all the time, that's cool, but that's not really real life. The party is over at some point. Time to go home and face the music of your real life.
Yeah, that shit is real, bro. Pulling up to your house and before you go in, you gotta sit in your car for a little bit.
Take a deep breath and shit.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah, but it's not because like you're facing issues at home. I do it because it's like, okay, let me take this deep breath because that stress that I was dealing with at work or the bullshit that I had throughout my day, let me leave this shit right here in this car.
Yeah.
So when I open the door, you know what I'm saying, I can be happy. I can, hey, how was y'all day? Embrace my children when they run and hug me, and shit like that, So it's not always because I'm dealing with something in the house. It's just me trying to check myself before I walk through the door. I don't want to bring that energy that I had on me from work or whatever into my home. You feel me? Like,
yeah. I'm over here making a fucking mess.
What up, Pat?
I think we didn't put Pat to sleep.
That motherfucking tequila got his ass. Got him. He out of there. He said he started on that bottle yesterday. That was from the day, dog. That was all from the day, Pat. You look like you down that bottle today, homeboy.
Let me play a bit of this.
About how their bodies were affected by being on birth control for most of their adult life. Podcasts have been made to discuss this tweet, and doctors with blue check marks across the internet have contacted me to take this tweet down because I was spreading dangerous and harmful misinformation. And like I said, I was just going to drop it and move on to more important things. But every time I log on, more and more experts want to cancel me for this tweet. They're coming for me, but I'm that cockroach at the end of the world. I'll always find a way. And today we're here to question Big Daddy Pharma. Also, disclaimer, my sister-in-law is an OBGYN. I've never discussed this topic with her, but she's an incredible person. She's kind, empathetic, and without ego. And none of my scathing opinions about doctors have anything to do with her, if she's watching this. I just wanted to add that in there. So, an entire generation of women was prescribed birth control for acne and irregular periods, and now that same generation is dealing with PCOS, hormonal imbalances, depression, and infertility. How would I know? How would I know this? Well, I know it because I'm one of them. When I was 13 or 14, my mom wanted me to get on birth control. I think the motivations were twofold. She didn't want a 16 and pregnant situation on her hands, and she herself struggled with acne as a teen. And if you're unaware, if you've never been pitched this before, the whole sales pitch for birth control, at the time anyway, 15 years ago now, was that it would prevent and clear up acne. So that's when it all began, before I could ever understand what it meant for my body to be off its natural cycle and on artificial hormones for the better part of a decade. And yes, my skin was clear, but below the surface, each time my doctor were to switch brands of birth control because my insurance no longer covered it or for whatever reason, I struggled with this uncharacteristic anxiety, like these mood swings, I would call them. You know, emotions that were just not my own. I remember switching from a birth control called Yasmin to one called Seasonique. Seasonique was like where you had 4 periods a year. You just had one every season. And I was driving and I felt this impossible rage come over me. And out of nowhere, it seriously felt like I wanted to drive my car off a cliff. But the real fun came when I got off birth control in my 20s. And I've struggled with all the things mentioned in my original tweet. Persistent hormonal acne along my jaw, severe mood swings right before my cycle, infertility. I even got blood tests to be evaluated for PCOS. And even though I didn't qualify for that diagnosis, obviously my body was out of sorts enough for me to seek that medical explanation. And all this time, I thought it was just me, just something I would have to endure forever because it was just my body, my personal experience. But I've been doing research for years, and apparently I am in good company. And if you look below this tweet that I posted, or anywhere it was shared on the internet, women like me were sharing their stories about being on birth control. So let's read through a few. If you're watching the video form of my podcast, you'll be able to see these responses on your screen. So this is from a PCOS Instagrammer called Sisters of Color. She said, I hated the birth control I was prescribed as a teen. It made me so emotional. Like I would walk across campus and start crying at the simplest thing. I was full of unnecessary hormones, and now look, 10 years later, just as Grace said, I was diagnosed with PCOS at the age of 26. Depressed and hormonal, and so I thought, infertile. I don't care what anyone says, there is definitely something that is causing us to have this condition, and I pray medical research is done to properly determine what the trigger is. Laura J. Wilkes said, I came off the pill at 27. After just 2 short years of adding synthetic hormones into my body, and it still caused me a nightmare. I got one hell of a bleed after about 3 months. Oh, the pain. And then she disappeared. I was diagnosed with post-pill PCOS. Started sprouting a few dark hairs in unwanted places, told to go back on the pill by my doctor, had irregular cycles for almost 3 years. The pill is not going to cure whatever it is you're taking for it. It is simply suppressing what is existing inside. It changes you. No matter where this is posted, women are sharing their stories of what it was like to be on the pill then go off of it. And more often than not, their stories include something that was detrimental to their health in the aftermath. Like I said, doctors came out of the woodwork trying to get me to take this tweet down, so let's hear their side of the story in honor of open discussion. Blue checkmark doctor with 360,000 followers, Dr. Jennifer Gunter, said the birth control pill does not cause infertility or PCOS. Apparently, this needs to be said. #facts matter. I've seen this tweet referenced a lot, but this person is an anti-vaxxer who has some abhorrent views on many subjects and frequently retweets disinformation. She screenshotted my tweet. I mean, she's a doctor, and that's an ad hominem attack, but I didn't see Dr. Gunter coming through with any hard facts on her assertion. So let's move on to another doctor to see what they have to say. This one is called Miriam MD, and her bio reads, feminist, immigrant, mommy, OBGYN, abortion provider. She said, quote, You know what causes your most reviled abortion? Folks like Really Graceful spreading misinformation about contraception leading to unplanned pregnancies. Really, you don't have to be at all smart to grasp that concept. End quote. Who would have thought a single tweet of mine would have sent her more business than she can handle? Another doctor who gave me a personal number to call her slid into my DMs and said, quote, I've seen a lot of people share your tweet. I'm a family doctor. This is a dangerous assumption and unethical. I'm not sure if you are aware. This is misleading information making a hypothesis that combines hormone pills or contributes to these conditions, which is not true. I would be happy to talk in person about this correlation you are making. End quote. So she's saying correlation does.
So that's pretty heavy stuff. I'm sure I'm putting y'all to sleep. That's pretty heavy stuff. I've thought about this before. I saw a video where they was talking about how after generations of the women taking these these pills or whatever, they end up building up body fat because the body is trying to, I can't remember how they explain it, like provide the stuff for a baby, but they're taking these hormones that's pushing against it. So then it builds up after generations. So like even like the second and third generation of women taking these damn, don't get pregnant drugs, making them overweight and shit like that. Have you ever heard that before?
Yeah, I've heard of that. The pill actually adds weight to them, or causes them to gain weight. I mean, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. So what do you think about what she was saying about the infertility?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I believe that it could be true. I'm not discrediting anything that she's saying, but I know that it does cause irregular, what do you call that, cycles or periods or whatever. For one, my wife was on them, and she was on birth control when we first got together, and man, it would induce some really bad cycles for her, like where she would be in like excruciating pain, heavy bleeding. She went to the doctor several times, got checked. There was no uterine fibroids or anything, and she finally linked up with an OBG that basically told her that you need to stop taking these birth control pills because this is what's causing it. And afterwards, dude, she was like, I would say probably a couple of months after that, like she detoxed her body from the medicines and shit. Like things got way better for her. She had and also while she was on them, she had unexplained hair loss too. You know what I'm saying? So, but I can believe that it causes a form of infertility because you're putting a synthetic hormone in your body that's going against your genetic makeup of a woman's body. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
I can believe that, like you're taking something that's stopping contraception. And I would think after long periods of taking that it could have some effect on a woman's fertility. I would think so, bro.
Yeah.
Like I say, I don't know. I'm not no doctor, and I know you know that, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna put anything past these medications, bro. These medicines that these U.S. doctors prescribe.
And I think a lot of times the shit don't ever even really be properly tested long enough. They don't be knowing the long-term effects of a lot of these drugs. They push them through so fast. and you know, they did a they did a trial, and like so, but still they don't know what the fuck the effects is gonna be 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now. They haven't tested it for that.
Man, honestly, this is just my opinion, and I don't know this shit to be true, but this is just how I feel. I feel like anytime you go to your doctor, and your doctor tells you, you know what, we have this medication I want you to try, and they hand it to you while you're at the doctor's office.
Yeah,
they're
like
doing,
the samples.
They're doing case studies on that shit.
Yeah.
To see how it affects you. So they don't know how it's gonna fucking affect you. It hasn't even hit the market yet. It probably has some type of preliminary, FDA approval on it for sampling to see, but like I feel like you shouldn't even take that shit. You know what I'm saying? If
That's
you're
why
not
they give
getting
it to you
from
for
the
free. So they
Yeah.
testing the new drug. I used to work in a doctor's office, and I saw this happen firsthand. And the pharmaceutical rep comes around, and tries to educate the doctor on this particular drug or whatever. They give them a bunch of free shit, by the way. They always give pens and koozies or whatever the fuck. They give them a bunch of free shit, and then they give them these samples of these drugs, and they're like, if your patient is having this, that, and the other, then you can suggest this to them, da 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 da. And really it's a test. They're trying to see how well it really works.
Yeah.
That shit crazy.
That's crazy, man. That's just like these people that do these different medical trials and shit. Like, and it's like, I understand it that people do that shit because maybe they're hurting for money or something. But like people that do that, like I'm not gonna volunteer for that shit.
Yep.
Shit's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yep, I don't know what to say, man. I'm looking for the clip of the Ukrainian president.
So what are your thoughts on that Ukrainian thing, man? I know we've discussed it in the past, but now that Russia has actually invaded, like, what are your thoughts? What are your, how do you feel about it?
It's domestic. First off, it's domestic. First comment, domestic. And beyond that, it's complex. And us from over here in the United States, we can't even pretend that we can really understand the complexities of what's happening over there. You know what I'm saying? And the media feeds us these simple narratives and make us think that we understand, but we don't. And it's intentional. They just lead us to a certain way of thinking. They feed us a line of thought, a narrative. And then we pick up and read between the lines and come to our own conclusions. But those conclusions are the ones they were leading you to come to. So that's my first comments about it. So it's like, but beyond that, I mean, it's complex. Like I say, I think because I always say, if you look at the media and you flip it to the opposite, that's going to be more closer to the truth. I think Putin is the good guy in this situation.
Yeah. I got you. Yeah, because they're definitely trying to paint the narrative that he's evil. He has no regard for human life, and all of these things.
I don't really understand the complexities of what's going on over there, but just knowing how the media works, I think Putin is the good guy. Like, I think that he's really trying to help Ukraine and defend them from something that's an internal, issue that they're having. And I think it's a lot that they're not telling us. And I think the thing when they were talking about the Nazis, because that's why I'm looking for that one. Can't find it. I'm looking for the clip where Putin was talking about the Nazis taking over Ukraine. Putin said that. So, I mean, okay, he could be lying. He could be lying. But he could also be telling the truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if that's true, then NATO is fighting on the side of the Nazis. And NATO, by extension, that's the United States. See, here goes a post right here. It says, Putin says he'll denazify Ukraine. Its Jewish president lost family in the Holocaust. So what does that mean? They're trying to contradict what he's saying?
Yeah, that shit crazy, bro.
So it's more to it to the story than what our media is telling us. And then anything that they want you to get all emotional about. And then we have, just on the face, again, we have domestic things going on here that I would feel should be a higher priority for us as United States citizens versus what's happening in Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah.
Then they'll be like,
but here's the thing, like Ukraine, they didn't even finish signing to join NATO. They're not even a part of NATO. So why are they a part of NATO?
I don't think they're a part of NATO.
Yeah, so it's like, why are we even going to defend them anyway? Is it because they're part of the
It's complex. But you know what it is? It's like factions that are breaking away from Ukraine, and Russia acknowledges those places as being sovereign, but Ukraine is like, no, they can't break away from Ukraine. So basically, Ukraine is a mess, and basically, I feel like Russia is really trying to bring back order over there. They've been fighting for a while.
Saying that he's not. I know Putin keeps saying that the president is not fit to run that country. Like he's a fucking nut job. Something he was saying.
Talking about Biden?
No, talking about the president or the prime minister, president of Ukraine.
Oh, of Ukraine. Because, that's what he was saying. He said the Nazis have taken over. He said, rebel against your government. You know, they reject your government. That was part of his little comment, he said. Which I really hope it pops up again. That's crazy how, but that shows how the media is, though, I get flooded with all the bullshit. Really good shit. I should have saved it. I'm just hoping that it pops up again on my timeline, but you would think somebody would have reposted it, but I'm not seeing it. But so that's what he said. He said, the Nazis, he says, rebel against y'all government, don't let them use y'all as human shields. They're nationalists. That's what he said. Don't let the nationalists and these Nazis use y'all as human shields. And we got to remember that it was Russia who beat the Nazis last time. And the way they tell us, the media, the way they tell us, and like I said, the United States was really super soft with the Nazis. Sympathetic even. And you know that Hitler said his idea for the stuff that he did, he was inspired by what the United States did with the Native Americans and the blacks. And all that eugenics stuff and master race stuff. So United States got to reckon with that history and acknowledge that. So that's one of the things that we be talking about in politics now, and a lot of people talking about fascism showing its head in the United States politics, and then people are like, "Shut up, you're crazy. No, don't say that. That's extreme." But it's really true. It's really true, and fascism is actually, you know, gaining strength. Oh, this one of the clips I was talking about. Let me play this. I knew some of that shit was gonna pop up. Let me play this. This is the one where the president is like, "We here, bro. We didn't leave. We ain't flooding the city, and we're fighting." Good evening, everyone. The leader of the party is here. The head of the president administration is here. Prime Minister Hall is here. An advisor to the Ukrainian president is here. The president is here. We're all here. Our soldiers are here. The citizens of the country are here. We are all here protecting our independence, our country, and we are going to continue to do so. Glory to the defenders of Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. That's pretty powerful right there. I ain't gonna lie. When I saw that post, I was like, yeah, that's pretty gangster. Like, them dudes look like they, you know, they're not playing. But what I don't like is how our media tells us which side we're supposed to be on, like right away.
And the Russian foreign minister, is the United States going to policy?
Following a telephone conversation President Biden held with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, and in alignment with the decision by our European allies, the United States will join them in sanctioning President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov and members of the Russian National Security Team. I expect we'll have more specific details out later this afternoon.
The EU, they're really not saying nothing. That's another thing about this. The White House is, Biden has said a couple comments, but overall, the White House is pretty quiet on this thing. The media is saying a lot. The talking heads are saying a lot, but the White House is not really saying a lot.
Yeah. Shit, I don't think the White House really want to go into this thing, bro. I'm sure they're advising Biden, like, nah, stand it. I don't know.
Generation Z after the draft starts. It looks like they're all just going to move out of Ukraine and be in Belarus. And I don't know what that other country is. That's pretty funny. It's a meme. Niggas like, nah, we're not on that war shit, dog. We're really not feeling that. That's that shit y'all on. And they be making money. It's really about money. They don't care about people dying. Making money.
No, because if a war breaks out, the president, he's protected. That's the thing, bro. Like, the president, he and his family is protected if a war breaks out.
Yeah.
Us as citizens, nigga, shit, we the ones who got to bury our loved ones and shit, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, man. That ain't right. And that's what they always say. They say rich men war, poor men die. I can't remember. I'm saying that shit all. I butchered the shit out of that, but poor men fight rich men's war or something like that. And so you go and you fight and you die, and they still sitting in their damn ivory towers and shit. Them niggas mad at each other. Let them fight let them two fight. Now that's honorable. If you're the fucking leader of your people and you're trying to defend your people, why don't you go fight? And then, you know, and a lot of the old, like, I study the Civil War a lot. And when they did the Civil War, them niggas was out there, the generals and shit. A lot of times, not the big bosses all the time, but sometimes the niggas was out there with they niggas fighting. Right along with them. On the battlefield. That's why a lot of them died on the battlefield. Nowadays, them niggas is in a control room somewhere and just spitting out orders from a safe ass bunker somewhere underground.
Yeah.
Niggas ain't gonna see no action. Well, other than on their screen.
Yeah. That's it.
And they totally okay with you running over there and getting shot and killed. Blow the fuck up. And the way things are fought, you know, now, and you know, they use civilians as that's like, you know, it's like ain't nobody civilians because ain't nobody off limits. They attack cities and shit like that. Starve out cities. Shit like that.
Yeah.
And then when it's the refugees, and I mentioned that in the video the other day, it seems like so far the Ukrainians aren't having much problem migrating or whatever because they're all leaving and shit. So, but remember, like the Haitians and other countries having problems, and Venezuelan having problems in their country and trying to leave. And see, they're not even calling them the Ukrainian. They're not even calling them refugees, but they're refugees. But the countries around them are just accepting them. It's okay, y'all. Come on. It's all good. We don't need no visa. We don't need no identification. We don't need none of that. Just come on over. We don't need no ID or nothing. Come on over. But when the Haitians was having problems, they like, wait. Where's your paperwork? Where's your ID? Where's your y'all? No, y'all niggas can't come over here. We know y'all having problems. Fuck did I do?
Now, that's okay. Damn.
Distractions. Who's there? Doc's still there? We're at 2.5 hours. Is Pat there? You there, Pat?
Yeah.
Damn, I lost my train of thought, man.
Talking about arrested development.
Yes, arrested development and spiritually, you know, and that's the reason why we haven't advanced as a species too. Like I don't even think like we're fucking with our evolution even. Causing us to like devolve, if you will.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how you live and what kind of things you're actually doing, but
yeah, people don't even read no more. They don't read the menu. They just fucking order off of pictures. The way they send their texts, they can't spell for shit. They done created a whole new language with that shit. And are we getting dumber, bro? We have some cool ass technology, but does anybody know anything? Does anybody know how to do anything? Oh, and did you hear, Pat, about the lady was talking about the birth controls affecting these women because they're putting these kids on the birth controls as kids and mixing it in with the acne medicines and selling it to the kids, and then later on now they're having like issues related to that with having kids and with the way that their cycle comes and stuff like that.
nah, I hadn't really heard it.
What do you think about that?
Probably know a few people that have experienced that, but
Yeah. So what do you think about that? So like we be talking about the pharmaceutical industry and we be talking about Mary Sager or we're talking about eugenics
And we also talk about like Nazis connected to Ukraine. So you know what I'm saying? And birth control, and damn, like making them not even be able to have kids later, or having them have complications related to that shit.
Well, I think sticking as close as you can to nature is gonna be your best way. Cause I mean, shoot, medicine. I mean, I know a bunch of people that's taking birth control and never really been affected that hard to where they can't have a kid. But as time goes on, you continue to take all these hard drugs, thinking it's the same as you taking the aspirin. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, you've been taking it your whole teenage years, and maybe into your 20s, and now you get off the drugs and you want to have kids, and you're having all kinds of problems, and then you're having painful menstrual cycles and just mood swings and like psychological issues.
I think another thing that, giving a teenage girl birth control, I think it also promotes them being promiscuous. Because it's like, I'm taking this birth control pill, I ain't gonna wind up pregnant, so my parents ain't gonna know if I'm fucking or not. You know what I'm saying? I think it promotes that as well in a way, And then, like I say, this is all subjective. This is just my personal opinion, but I think it does have an underlying promoting them being promiscuous, and going out there and practicing unsafe sex. You know what I'm saying?
Hey guys, I'm gonna be right back.
All right.
Okay. All right, man. Like I say, this is just my personal opinion. America. So, I'm pretty sure people hear this probably still beat me over the head, but still, I just think, when you do that, I think it does promote it in a way. Like, oh, my parents gave me birth control. Like you give your daughter birth control and she's not even having sex. Now it just makes it, more intriguing to her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then it can
we
still
think it's being being preventative. Like, oh, I'm gonna she's a teenager now, she's in high school, I'm gonna give her birth control and yada yada yada, this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, bro, it's like you're promoting that in a sense, even though we think we're helping. It's like me going to the store, and because my son is in high school, I go buy him a pack of condoms and say, wrap it up. Basically, I'm telling him to go fuck something.
Yeah. I don't know. There's multiple ways to look at that argument, I would say. But I agree with you.
You the other way you can look at it is like you hang your son a pack of condoms, you're saying, okay, don't go have sex, but if you do, protect yourself. I mean, you can look at it from that standpoint.
But I agree with you
at
about
the end of the day, even though you're giving it to him in a way to protect yourself, or you're giving your daughter birth control and a pack of condoms to protect herself or to protect her from pregnancy, you're still, in a way, I don't care how you look at it, from my opinion, you're still promoting them being promiscuous and having sex when they should be focusing on their life.
Yeah. But at the same time, you'd rather not your teenage daughter come home pregnant, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, true.
So let me ask you a personal question, bro, because you have a daughter. So what if your wife comes to you and she's like, okay, she's at that age, I think we should put her on birth control?
That's a tough one, dude. I don't even know how I would even answer that. I think immediately, I think most fathers will want to go to the extreme measure, like, no, your ass ain't going nowhere.
Staying home, nobody coming over. You ain't got no friends, none of that.
Yeah.
that's the first action, but it's just I don't know, man. It's something that can happen, you know. And you all right? Because my daughter is 12 years old. You know, she's 12, and you know she's already having that stuff what we were talking about. The women are saying birth control made it regular for that. She's having that since elementary, so it's one of them things, bro. I don't know. I think I would have to cry for a minute. Oh, shit. And then, I don't know, bro. I don't know how I would feel about that. I think I would be just knowing or having some understanding and hearing these women say how birth control has affected them. I think I would just be willing to go to that, like, just talk to her and like, hey, man, these are the consequences behind you doing this and letting somebody or letting some boy talk you into doing this, or you having the want to do this. You know, this is what can happen.
Yeah.
You know,
sex education, and that's what we have to spend a lot of time on. I think we want to skip that and just give them birth control and skip the whole damn conversation. But they might fuck around and get pregnant anyway because they're not taking the birth control properly or some shit. And I don't know how much I agree with it, bro. Like me and my daughter both like, and I don't force her to do anything. She's always can make her choices. If she wanted to do that, I would be like, go ahead. But I don't think that she would choose. She don't even like to take aspirins and Tylenols. Like, and that's the thing though. Those drugs, like, I disagree with that shit. Like fucking with your body, the hormones and shit. Like they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So let their bodies do what their bodies do, but educate them about, you know, what's gonna be the results. You know what I mean? Exactly how things works. You know. Don't beat around the bush. Tell them everything.
Yep.
They need to know. They need to know. You know they're going to run into these certain circumstances. You know it's going to happen. So you have to explain to them, because I think a lot of times these kids really don't know how they end up getting pregnant. They literally do not know how it works as far as them getting pregnant. They have an idea, but they don't really know because no one has really had that conversation with them and explained it to them.
Yeah. Nah, I feel you, bro.
Yeah, I talk to my kids. I'm telling them everything. I don't hold back nothing.
Yeah.
My screen is acting all weird.
You have to, bro. In this day and age, you gotta be. Well, even back then, they should have been honest with us as kids, but like even more so today, you have to be. You know what I'm saying? I think back then when we were coming up, we had, you know, much more respect. We feared, you know, a little bit more than kids nowadays. Kids nowadays, they like, fuck it. You know, so you definitely have to be 100 with them, bro. Just be upfront and honest. Ain't no sugarcoating that shit.
My screen froze, bro. So just say whatever. I'm gonna try to fix this shit.
Yeah, I told you need to go get you a Mac. You won't listen though. Keep telling you. See. Goddamn Microsoft fucking up on me.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm probably gonna do that. How much? How much? I don't need the latest Mac. How much for a Mac right now?
They run about the price of like one of your good top of the line. They're in that range of between. Well, depending on the size, the smaller ones they're cheaper. But if you want a nice full size 17-inch screen, 15-inch screen, you're probably looking at in the ballpark between 15 and 2.
Okay.
you know, and that may be one that's fully, you know, that may be like more closer to being fully rigged out. You know what I'm saying? Because you can put different things in like you can special order your Apple laptop to have different processors, and you know, and that shit costs us a little bit more, but you know, it's just like if you go buy a standard one off the shelf, you know, you may be looking at between 12 to anywhere between, I would say, 9 to about 1,300. One that's just in the store.
Yeah.
You know, that they
And that's-
inventory spec.
That's about the price range where I would want to be at, but then I'm gonna have to buy all the software, right?
No, they have a lot of that shit in there already. You know, Macs come pretty loaded out. You know, from what I've seen, the ones that I have seen. You know, and I'm not talking about that I've seen at an Apple store. I'm talking about that I've seen like at cons and Best Buy and shit like that. You know.
So, but what about those iPads that are kind of like foldable? It's kind of like a laptop.
Oh, that's basically you're buying a case that has a keyboard on it, and you put the iPad in there.
Oh, okay.
Set the iPad in there, yeah. Yeah, because an iPad, depending on how many gigabytes you want, that's the thing with the iPad. They're priced off of the gigabytes and how, like, if you want the 12.9 inch, which is basically a 13 inch, I think they start at about 9. And then if you want, depending on the gigabyte, if you want like a 500 and some gigabyte or 1 terabyte, you're looking at between 1,300 and 1,400 bucks.
So basically, I'm be paying the same but getting less out of it.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot you can do with an iPad now. An iPad, you can actually, you can film little short movies on them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? They do a lot, but I think a laptop would be a lot better for you with the shit that you're doing, like the screen sharing and all of that shit. So I think a laptop would be a lot better.
And I'm having memory issues too, because like these files are really large. I be editing these videos and like 4-hour video.
Some external memory. Like you can get those for pretty reasonable for Microsoft-based computer, I would assume. Any computer for that matter.
But I mean, what to add to that, the main thing that you're buying when you get an Apple product is the reliability. So that's the key thing.
Yeah. But I can't even argue with that. Apple is reliable. You know, but you can buy the external memory, bro. You know, I don't know how much it would cost. You know, you'd have to see, but you can actually like the external memory. I think you can add a lot of those. You can plug into your laptop. I think through like your USB slots or whatever, and transfer those files to there instead of keeping them on your actual computer.
Hey, Doc, I think they brainwashed with the Apple stuff. What do you think, Doc? Did we talk about that already?
Man, we ain't brainwashed. How you think Doc is able to answer in Google so quick?
You know what I'm saying? Doc's on our side.
Yeah.
he on a Mac right now and shit.
Yeah. He probably got one of them old school Macs with the built-in home computer with the built-in modem on the screen and shit that came in the different colors back in the day.
Nah, look, he's got the screen with just the keyboard. He doesn't have that modem. He's got an iPhone and then he's got an iPad. So he's definitely a part of the Apple family.
Yeah. Bro, I can't wait, bro. When I do buy a desktop, it's going to be an Apple desktop.
Doc is too smart not to have one.
Oh, so you got to be... smart people have Apple is what you're trying to say. So
In a nutshell, yeah.
So people that don't have Apple not smart, basically.
Well, you know, I don't want to say that they're not smart, but I'm just gonna say they're a little bit ignorant.
I really do believe that it's a brainwashing at us in the United States because of the media and Apple.
Well, Steve Jobs was a lot better of a person than Bill Gates. I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, really good at marketing and promotion, I would say.
Not just that. I mean, because the marketing. I mean, is it a lie?
Well, their whole thing was easy to use, so that I can't lie on that. That they do make their products super easy to use. Like babies can use the iPhone, no problem.
Yeah, it's so
you gotta
simple.
look at top secret files. When the FBI is hiding top secret files, who do you think what platform do you think they have? I guarantee you it ain't no fucking Microsoft.
Yeah.
Just saying, bro.
A lot of the students in my classes, they pretty much all have Macs. A lot of them. And the ones that don't, they have these little HP computers like the ones that I have. So you can tell the people who have money and who don't. Like, it's so many people got the same damn computer I have. It's like middle of the road. It's pretty cheap actually, but it's a lot of people have the app. Everybody else has the Mac.
I had to look at it from a few different views. I'm saying, like, all right, this is something that you've been recognizing, something that you've been seeing, but you think that you're gonna beat, like, we all know you're a smart dude, bro. Like, you want to beat the odds. You want to be like, no, I did it without it. I mean, what is it?
I kind of go against what everybody is doing. Like, that's just kind of my way.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. But sometimes you cheating yourself.
Yeah. Maybe. I'm gonna play a little.
He sounded like Curtis right there, and Curtis don't want to hear what you're saying.
Yeah, no, yeah. He talks over you. I just
I'm sure your professor has told you, Chaka, hey, you would get a lot better of a grade if you had a Mac.
They can't say that. They'll probably get in trouble.
You would have already known Spanish by now.
They were very much. Oh, damn.
They would, bro.
Damn.
That's messed up, bro. That was a low blow. That hurt. That hurt. That hit me in the chest.
Wow.
That was painful.
Dude.
Hey,
bro.
that Rosetta Stone would have hit a little different on that apple. It would have broke it down. Hey, that's my dude, but I'm trying to get him to cross over, Pat.
That hurts. Right. So the Mac would have helped me learn Spanish. It probably would have some kind of damn program on there. So, okay, whatever.
Like, I'm gonna tell you, you need to get that USB converter for your, so you can totally like immerse yourself right into an Apple, because you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know Spanish by now.
That's messed up.
No.
Yeah, y'all sound like a commercial. That's what I'd be saying. Y'all turn into the Apple ad.
No. I'm being funny right now because I've been studying fucking Spanish for the last fucking 6 or 7 years, and I don't know how much further I really am. Then what I'm saying. So just with him saying that, I'm like, damn, that was gangster. He made a strong, like, he did a Russia move on your ass.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
sounding like Putin.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
he pulled a Putin.
He did a fucking deadly strike.
Let me play a bit of Tim Black. This was February 24th, so keep that in mind. But I'm going to just play a bit of it.
On Thursday, announced a military operation in Ukraine claiming it's intended to protect civilians. Biden condemns the unprovoked, unjustified Russian attack on Ukraine, promises decisive response. President Joe Biden condemned Russia's attack, called it an unprovoked, unjustified, and promised to hold it accountable, following the announcement of military action by Vladimir Putin. Same rhetoric that we had before. Nothing's really changed. I already knew before we went to broadcast that Vladimir was going to go into Ukraine. Putin says he's going into Ukraine for reasons that the Americans appear not to be recognizing. Putin says he does it because there's some civilians, he want to demilitarize Ukraine. And Biden's saying they're doing it because military interests. It's take care for the Ukraine as well as for Biden. Now, I do know that Ukraine wants to join NATO. That's something that Putin doesn't want to happen because they're close to Putin's borders. Here's the thing, guys. I'm going to watch snowfall and not be concerned with the whites. Now, if you're white, you need to do the same thing. You need to be like Tim Black. You need to watch something, maybe not snowfall, but something, and not be too concerned with the other whites. Because we see this play out all the time. Here's the thing. This is my beef with this. Say Biden's right. Say Russia has no business whatsoever being in Ukraine. Let's say they're totally overstepping their bounds. They need to stand down, mind your business, leave Ukraine alone. What the hell are you doing? You have no authority to do so.
Yeah.
And let's say they're even right about that. Let's say that Russia's wrong. Russia has no business doing what they're doing at all.
What's you say?
What the hell that got to do with the U.S.?
Yeah.
Now, I know we have interest, but what I'm saying is that has nothing to do with the U.S. There is no reason at all why the U.S. should be meddling in Ukraine. Hence, here goes my point. When we go to the Middle East, and we met it with Syria, when we go to the Middle East and we get involved with Afghanistan, Iraq, okay? Those places aren't attacking us. They're not coming into America, which is similar to what I'm seeing, even though I don't know all the details of what's being reported by the propaganda machines. There has been no attack from Ukraine to Russia. That's true. But there was no attack from Iraq on America. Okay? Neither was there an attack from Syria on America. Was there? No, there wasn't. So what gives us the standing to go into other countries or to even be involved to this point? That's where I come at this.
That's a good question.
Now you listen to the blowhards on MSNBC, the talking heads on MSNBC, like the Omichi Alcindor and the like. They're gonna give you this run and dance, and song and dance about because of gas prices. Oh, gas prices are high. So because gas prices are high, we're supposed to invade countries. We're supposed to get involved with going to war with Russia because they got beef with Ukraine. It's all strategy. No, we're not supposed to. So, do you want your children to die? Do you want to die? Do we want everyone to die because America doesn't want to pay for gas? Or is what's going on in Russia inevitable between Russia and Ukraine? Is it an inevitable situation? Is that going to happen regardless of what we do? At some point in time, folks said, look to 2014, same deal. That has led us to this point. This is not, when people talk about this situation, they also should include what led up to the situation.
That's what I be saying.
What happened in 2014?
The history.
What happened the last time we were at this same juncture?
Yeah. What was the last interaction?
Ukraine, Russia. What was the outcome of that? Someone more astute in Ukraine politics and Russian politics, let me know. But this is what I do know. This is what I learned. I went on a podcast called the Latin Waves Media. It's out of Canada. And they are very familiar with what's going on in Ukraine. And this is not something that you're going to hear reported very often, but there are a lot of Nazis in Ukraine. Now, I don't know many Russians. I don't know a lot of Russians. But I got a feeling I wouldn't like the Nazis even worse. You know what I'm saying? Like I got a feeling, you know, I got a feeling the Nazis will be a little bit more disagreeable than the Russians. Okay? That's just my thought. That's just my opinion. Because whenever I see white guys with swastikas, I know they don't like the blacks. So that's my thought about this. How the hell does America get in bed with a country that's got a bunch of Nazis in it? Why are we dealing? Why? So I know it's money. I know it's gas. But look, guys, look. At the end of the day, I have no control over anything. I'm just giving my opinion about it because America's going to do what America wants to do. You and I just need, that's why I say, I'm going to watch Snowfall. I'm not going to be too overly concerned with the inner workings of the whites, with my government, because you know what? They don't give us a choice. They do not give us a choice. The only choice we get is if we vote Biden's ass in or out. That's it. That's what's going to come down to. When the time comes, are people going to be so pissed with Biden that they vote him in and out? Right or wrong? Right or wrong? That's what this comes down to. That's it. This is what I also know. I know I was watching a little clip of Press Secretary Jen Psaki talking about Joe Biden and the gas prices. And Peter Doocy asked her about gas prices. And I know she said some shit like, he's like, hey, gas prices are high as hell in California. $5 a gallon. $5 a gallon. Hit it towards $6 a gallon. What say you? And Psaki was like, yo, President Biden, the good President Biden said, hey, we're going to have to make some sacrifices. Sometimes our values are going to cost us. Since one of my values consists of me being concerned with Ukraine. I don't know no Ukrainians. But see, they want to paint the narrative. Anybody want to paint the narrative to sell us on whatever they want to sell us on. Hey, look. Hey, I'm not a big fan of the people that ever concern themselves with the blacks.
I'm about to wrap it.
And I'm talking about here in America. These people that talk a lot of international coverage. They talk about Venezuela. They talk about what's going on in New Zealand. They talk about all types of international stuff. They love that type of stuff. They couldn't tell me shit that's going on in Kentucky. You know, they couldn't tell me what's going on in Tennessee. They couldn't tell me about what happened in Brunswick, Georgia. You know, they couldn't tell me about what happened in Minnesota. Okay, they don't know, like they don't know who Amir Locke is. So I don't overly concern myself with the politics or the words of some of these people that, for whatever reason, are been exalted here on the left or whatever, because they don't concern themselves with black issues at all. But I defer to them because this is their wheelhouse. I do agree, even though I do not deal with them, but I do have to acknowledge they don't think they're all lying when they say, hey, this is all a bunch of bullshit, and America's doing what America always does, which is meddle and look out for its best interests, and then tell us what it wants to tell us, similar to the WMDs that never appeared, similar to the poison attacks on Syria. The Syria Assad was gassing his own people line that I never understood and I never got to the bottom of that. Similar to the whole Russia stole the election thing, which is bullshit. They put some Facebook ads up. You know, they trolled. They did this.
Doing what they do, right? Y'all there? I'm putting y'all to sleep.
Yeah. I'm here.
Nah. We here, bro. That's interesting.
Yeah. So what do y'all think? What say y'all?
Go Deuce.
Shit, it's the same thing. What he's saying is what I've been feeling. Like, why are we even involved in this shit? You know, I didn't know anything about the whole Nazi deal, but it's like, you know, why are we even involved in it? You know, and he pointed out something that stands out to me through this whole deal is that we have interest in Ukraine. For what reason? You know.
Well, for me, the Nazi thing is irrelevant because yes, we've been dealing with Nazis in our government since the last war. As far as back as the
World War II.
Yeah, 50s, since the late 40s and 50s. But as far us being involved with this whole Ukraine thing, it's political because of resources, and things are winding down so much to where the control of resources, even on our own soil, is becoming a problem for them. We gotta separate. We gotta realize what we like is becoming a problem for them, because it's not in the excess. Like, we have control over our own ability to produce, in which that never be compromised. But for them to be able to, the whole reason that Bill Gates is going to the effect of buying farmland to have some sort of control over the shit that he can sell us says a lot. Like, y'all, I mean, we gotta stay woke when it comes to that part, because that's what it's like. Russia and China are making deals with the Africans that they won't make.
Right. This is an important factor. And that's another reason why the real thing, like I say, is really the U.S. losing its position, if it even ever had it. But like, it's becoming really apparent, and the way that they do things don't work. China is like, hey, we're going to work with y'all. We're going to, help y'all build y'all infrastructures and stuff like that, so y'all can build y'all economies up. Because China is they're cool with y'all now. So now you build up these economies in these areas, and now they're gonna fucking buy your shit. China got a bunch of shit they want people to buy. They need more markets. So they willing to invest in building those markets literally from the ground.
Yeah. China don't give a damn if you created the shit or not. Look, y'all send it to us to build, create. All right, you know what? what we need you for now, and we'll continue to create, and then they'll come over and deal with us directly and say, hey, we got manufacturers, we can build this stuff for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, until you can get on your feet and build your own stuff, it's a way of getting rid of a lot of this stuff. I'm not saying that these people are, that China is really our friend. I'm not saying that, because, like, to some extent they may not be, because it's all fucking business.
And even, like I say, even when they're doing those investments and it helps those communities, they're not necessarily doing it to help those communities.
It's for themselves.
But still, it helps them communities. It's just another way of going at things that's better than the way that others have been going at the same thing.
Yeah.
It's more successful.
But I mean, when we realize that we have more of we gain more stake in the we can go pretty much plant our own flag in the ground, because this is going to allow us to make deals directly, instead of us being the ones that's waiting for Massa to patent something that we've been wanting to get done, or for something to get mass produced, because they've been in a position to where they can shut us out until we're just like, all right, fuck it, I'll take the fucking nickel. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how they've been squeezing us for so long.
Yeah.
Is that we're like, there's like, okay,
fuck it, I'll just take that shit, whatever.
Yeah. Until you get to the point where you're just like, the nickel is a fucking great fucking deal for you.
Yeah, like maybe you even survive off of that damn nickel. Like, you just find a way to make it work.
Yeah. It's coming to the end for this dictatorship. that we believe is a freaking free country.
Yeah, and even the way that we do the democracy, or so-called democracy, or in our political system, all that shit is crumbling. The dollar.
Oh, the dollar is dead. I mean, it's still in circulation, but it really is not holding a lot of power. You know, they saw, like, they've been knowing all this was coming. Like, it's inevitable. And for some of us who, can't get our minds around the fact that this whole dynamic this whole lie that we've lived on as far as an economic system has been false for the last, like, I mean, really, the generations before us was in position to move them out sooner. Like, we got to remember what happened in the 1930s, what happened in 1970. Shit, what just happened in 2001 and or well, not 2008 really. I mean, they just regained more power with to stretch it out. But like right now, it's like like there's no chance in it really going much further. Nobody wants to do business with them anymore.
Yeah, this guy was talking about this post-capitalist techno. I sent you that video. Yanis.
I saw the video. Well, I mean,
post-capitalist dystopia, and he was talking about a techno. What the fuck? How he explained that shit?
And when I say I saw the video, I saw it come in. I didn't get a chance to watch it all. I didn't get a chance to watch it all. But he seemed like a smart motherfucker.
Yeah, this guy, he's his face is popular. He was heavy into politics. I used to see him around in politics not that long ago.
Yeah.
So I think he
we
wrote
about to
some
see
books.
some?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to it right now and play a little bit. I don't want to put y'all to sleep, but hopefully I can find the part where he's talking about the technical. He explains basically what you was just saying. I like how they was talking about Star Trek too in this. That's kind of what had me talking about that, the other show.
All I got to say is that they don't really give a fuck about us. But Russia, but bro, Russia. Look, for the way that they talk about Russia, we just heard a video not long ago about how they're like, hey, look, this is they're identifying themselves. Look, we really don't want to do this. Look, can y'all just put your shit down, pack your bag, just a small one. Just pack your little bag. Go home, see your mama, your dad, your sisters. Like, bro, live out the rest of your life with a life.
Yeah.
You heard what I said. You see, we are such and such and such and such. Our job is to fucking destroy. If you don't comply, bro, go home.
Yeah.
Hug your mom. Slap your brother and your sister. Like, go on home.
Yeah. Let me play a bit of this. Hopefully y'all can follow this guy. I'm gonna just jump into it. I want him to. Hopefully, this is
the beginning of the first 10 minutes is. Yeah, I mean, it's like a cool little introduction, but I don't think you get to the meat of it until after, like.
I know, that's why I'm clicking past. I'm right at about 6 minutes. I think he talks about techno-feudalism. That's what I want him to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
But they're cave paintings. They imagine things that didn't exist. Look at Plato, the ancient Greek philosopher Plato. He uses science fiction all the time. He doesn't think of it as science fiction, but he has this in the Republic, the famous Plato's Republic text. He has a science fiction device. He says, imagine that there is a shepherd who finds a ring in the forest, and he puts it on his finger, and then twists it, and suddenly he's invisible. And he uses this device in order to enter the king's palace, murder the king, marry the queen, and then become ruler. And Plato is using this as a device in order to ask the question, is he going to be living the good life? Is he going to be happy doing this? So science fiction has always been with us. And I have to say, we said that backstage just before we came online. But full disclosure here, folks, I am a Trekkie. I start live long and prosper. And look, does the dystopian aspect of science fiction inform us? I think absolutely. In a book that I wrote some time ago, I called it Talking to My Daughter, A Brief History of Capitalism. I finished the book by saying that, look, the way we are proceeding as a species, given the technologies that do fantastic technologies. I'm a techie as well. I love technology. I don't like the way we use technology, right? But I love technology. The way that we have fashioned these fantastic technologies, especially the internet, artificial intelligence now and so on, there's a fork on the road, which is coming up. And it will either take us to a liberal communism, which is Star Trek.
Liberal communism.
There's no private property. There's no money. There's a hole in the wall that the replicator that produces anything. Nobody needs to work. They discuss philosophical issues and explore the cosmos, right? And they only have to deal with issues like money and trade when they come up to the Ferengi at the far reaches of the universe, who are still stuck in a neoliberal capitalist dystopia. So either we're going to move towards a liberal communism using this technology, or we're going to be experiencing the Matrix as a documentary. Because if you think about the Matrix, the Matrix, Neo and his mates at the beginning, they don't know that they are servants of machines. They think that they are leading a normal life, while at the same time living in false consciousness and working
false
as,
consciousness,
essentially batteries, human electricity producers, serving the interests of the machines.
Serving the machines.
Karl Marx's great critique of capitalism is that in the end, the technologies that are developed in an environment of private ownership of capitalism, in other words, those technologies, instead of becoming our servants, our slaves, we become enslaved to them. Well, that's the Matrix for you.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
The perfect place to stop. I mean, the control is the main thing that that's what their main purpose, their work for, is to be able to constrain some form of work class, because their power is weak, and if you believe that you need them to continue in order for you to exist, is the fucking that's what they're trying to sell with fucking tomatoes and like some you know what I'm saying, like they don't have anything left. Like, I mean, this fucking dollar only exists to pretty much help us come, like, and actually it's giving you the last chance.
Yeah, it's keeping it alive. It's keeping us afloat.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's actually giving people the last chance to fucking change their fucking dollars in for the new form of currency. And it don't have to be like, it doesn't have to be Robinhood or like or whatever that whatever it is that you're using to no, like we're giving you the last chance to fucking convert those dollars into something of value right now because that's gonna be the start. The rest of it will come under a new management.
He said some stuff interesting when he said, hold on, let me see if I can find it. It's before that, where he talks about in the future, like we're in a fork in the road, and we're either gonna do like a kind of communism. Let me see, where is it? I don't want to word it incorrectly. He worded it so great. Here it is, liberal communism, the fork in the road. Let me just play it again.
There's a fork on the road, which is coming up, and it will either take us to a liberal communism.
Liberal communism.
Yeah. There's no private property. There's
no private
money,
property, no
there's
money.
A hole in the wall that the replicator that produces anything. Nobody needs to work.
Nobody needs to work.
They discuss philosophical issues and explore the cosmos, right? And they only have to deal with issues like money and trade when they come up to the Ferengi at the far reaches of the universe.
So what do you think about that? The what did he call it? Liberal communism. What do you think about that? And people not having to work.
Well, I mean,
money is not even really a thing. Don't really exist.
Well, I mean, honestly, this is the point that we've gotten to, and the more we realize that the government belongs to us. The government is really supposed to be us, and when we take control over those things, we're able to share those resources with everybody that looks like you or even that doesn't look like you. Just to people that's here that can benefit from it all. It's us humans. It's not just them. It's us humans that is recognizing the fact that autonomy is the way to go. Robots are going to be the thing of the future that's going to be able to be more profitable for us. So, it's not like the money is really a thing. It's not like the US dollar combining to make a living with. It's really no biggie. That happens all day long.
And he talks about the dollar, and he starts talking about techno-feudalism. I don't know how far you made it into this, and I don't want to put everybody to sleep with it, because the part where he was explaining that is pretty damn technical and shit.
Yeah, I was like this part really kind of gets me excited because sometimes I am falling asleep because most people are not getting it, but when this is something that if I can express a certain level of what I do understand or at least feel, because this is the important shit. The boring shit is what's gonna affect your life.
And exactly, that's what I be talking about. The boring shit is we have to pay attention. It's not easy. You have to put forth effort. So the part where he explained techno-feudalism, and also the question, I don't know how far you made it into the video, but towards the end, the guy asked him a question about basically it was a reparations question. And that was really interesting to me, that they asked him that question.
I want to hear it.
Yeah.
At least how it was posed.
Okay, let me find it then. Then maybe we'll go back to the techno-feudalism a little bit. This is going to be the last thing we cover today because I'm already getting tired. Let me see. They started talking about Star Wars.
Again?
Hold on. Yeah. It kept coming back up. I think it's up in here because he brought it back to serious. They was joking and then he brought it back to serious. Right, I think it's up in here.
show is regarding the inability of the left or progressive politics capturing the.
I think that's it.
We can do it all.
Well, I want to ask one final question, and I will be remiss if I didn't. I'm going to have to hold you to this, Giannis. So please take this question, and I think it is necessary. If you can, please. One of the subjects of discussion we have on our show is regarding the inability of the left or progressive politics capturing the political imagination of significant numbers of Black and brown people in America. As dialectical and historical materialists, we realize that there is a significant racial component to Western capitalism from the period of primitive accumulation to the post-industrial moment, where Black people disproportionately are relegated to labor redundancy, poverty, and the reserve army of labor. As Richard Wolff would call, Black people are the shock absorbers of capitalism. Why do you think the current manifestation of leftists are unable to capture the imagination of Black and brown communities as they were able to do in the 60s and the 30s and even in the 1880s, which was necessary for the left to even be successful? And do you think that certain types of policies, perhaps even reparations, would be necessary to be able to actually be considered to regain that faith in those communities?
Before he answers, and I'm probably going to play the question again because it's so good, but at the beginning, I think a lot of people don't understand. You got to kind of understand politics a bit, and he said a bunch of words. So the thing is how the left tends to, that's what Tim Black be saying all the time, and you know he doesn't fuck with what's that dude's name? All of the names, all of those left names now, he don't fuck with them because he says whenever he starts bringing up Black issues, they start being like, oh, well, we got other stuff we got to do first, and then we'll deal with that or whatever. He's like, that for some reason, and it's just like in when what's his name was running for president, Bernie Sanders, and it seems like he was reluctant to put, like, you know, a lot of the stuff he was talking about was actually Black issues. When he was talking about the excuse me, y'all, the diabetes, the insulin, I mean, there's a number of issues that he talked about and he was champion. Those were really Black issues, but he wasn't framing them in that way because of the way American politics is going to reject it. So the question is, like, why can't the left put like Black and brown issues up front on their platforms? Why do they keep dodging that shit? And then the other part of the question is, you see the left keep failing to get support, and that's a big part of it. And then when the left does get the support of the Black and brown, it tends to be this image politics shit that they're doing, like with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and that shit tends to work on enough people for them to, but for them to have a powerful like left movement or powerful political movement, then they have to put the Black and brown issues up front, and that's gonna get these niggas to show up. Niggas is not gonna show up if you're not. I want to rewind his question, and because I was just kind of explaining his question.
I will send you an email. We will have an you get with the call. We can do it all.
Of significant numbers of Black and brown people in America. As dialectical and historical materialists, we realize that there is a significant this question, and I think it is necessary. If you can, please. One of the subjects of discussion we have on our show is regarding the inability of the left or progressive politics capturing the political imagination of significant numbers of Black and brown people in America. As dialectical and historical materialists, we realize that there is a significant racial component to Western capitalism from the period of primitive accumulation to the post-industrial moment, where Black people disproportionately are relegated to labor redundancy, poverty, and the reserve army of labor. As Richard Wolff would call, Black people are the shock absorbers of capitalism. Why do you think the current manifestation of leftists are unable to capture the imagination of Black and brown communities as they were able to do in the 60s and the 30s and even in the 1880s, which was necessary for the left to even be successful? And do you think that certain types of policies, perhaps even reparations, would be necessary to be able to actually be considered to regain that faith in those communities?
Oh, that's a huge question, and I wish I had the answer. But what I can tell you is that the problem with the radical left, especially in the United States, but not only the United States, in Europe as well, is that there's no class analysis. There is a lot of talk about inequality, but I don't care about inequality. Marx didn't give a damn about inequality. I care about exploitation, I care about segregation, and I care about the extractive power of the few over the many, the power to extract. Okay, Marx was criticizing capitalism not for creating inequality or being unfair. He didn't give a damn about the word fairness. Marx didn't think it was important, that it made sense, that you could define it. He was criticizing capitalism as being inefficient, divisive, and exploitative, extractive. And the moment you introduce extractive power, you have divisions. And those divisions will always create walls segregating people with characteristics that are absolutely irrelevant or should be absolutely irrelevant. Let me give you an example, if I may. In an earlier life, when I was still an academic,
he's going to explain that it's classism.
I was actually conducting laboratory experiments.
They're leaving out that part.
In one of those experiments, back in Australia in the 1990s, I had randomly selected people playing chicken games against one another, one-on-one, repeatedly. Not the same people, but you played with one person, then another person, but it was completely anonymous. You couldn't see anything about. You knew nothing about the person that you were playing this conflictual game against. Nothing. It could be a man, a woman, black, white, you had no idea, right? And what I did was I introduced in one of the treatments randomly selected colors. Half of the players were blue and the other half were red. So the only thing you knew about your opponent was the color that they had. But you knew that it was randomly selected, so you knew that it should make absolutely no difference. May I suggest that the result was that in all those experiments, within 10 minutes, there was segregation between the blues and the reds.
We're naturally
in
tribal.
In some experiments, blues became the dominant, and in some others ones, it was the reds that became the dominant. So when you've got a game, a mode of production, a system of producing and distributing, which is naturally conflictual and naturally extractive, you are going to have multiple segregations, divisions between people that some of them will have to do with that, whether you're left-handed or right-handed, whether you're black or whether you're white, whether you're a man or whether you're a woman, whether you have this accent or that accent. Because capitalism succeeds when it divides and rules. The problem with the left is that it never, in the last 20 years, tied up the extractive capitalist process with the process of segregation and racism, and sexism for that matter.
So you think that there was a negligence on the part of the left to understand the role of racism and sexism in capitalism?
Of course, I always blame the left. Always. On everything.
We do that a lot too, so we don't have a problem with that.
Well, we are the great losers of history. I mean, and the way we've proven remarkably authoritarian towards one another. I mean, the Gulag was created for communists, right? Stalin killed communists before he killed anybody else. We ourselves, within our movements, go to a meeting, go to any left-wing meeting. The authoritarianism, especially, let me put it differently, the testosterone is just flooding.
And I be saying that all the time, bro. Like they be upholding that authoritarian shit more than any fucking body else, bro. They be screaming against it, but then they come just like the patriarchal shit. Because when I go to class and it's a female lady teaching the class about patriarchy, and then she's upholding patriarchy while she's in the damn class.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's a mental mind fuck. reverse fucking. They don't even know that they're doing it.
That's crazy.
I don't want to put y'all to sleep, but this last little part when he talks about Facebook and all of that, the Federal
What was the
Reserve.
other part?
What do y'all think about that stuff, anyways? Before I play this, I want to put y'all to sleep. Right up in here, they start talking about the monopolies, because all of this is about the money, really. And
What was that other part that you were gonna play?
that's what I'm saying. I'm getting to that right now about the techno-feudalism and shit. That's what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want to play. So, but what do y'all think about that so far? What he was saying, his answer, and then they asked him about maybe reparations would be a good way to reach out to the black and brown people and get them on board. What do y'all think about that?
I mean, maybe so. I don't really know, but I think more so. I mean, that's a start, but I feel like, like what they were asking, like our issues are never on the forefront. You know what I'm saying? They're never, what's the word?
Prioritized.
Prioritized or popular, or polarized, it's never out there. It's something that everybody knows, but nobody, the people they teeter-totter around it. I think that there would actually, I mean, of course, reparations, yes, but I'm just saying, I think people would be also a lot more willing if the issues in the black and brown communities are brought to the forefront, are prioritized.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna play this last clip of this. Hopefully, this is the spot. Let me see.
Mountain ranges of money to reflow to banking.
Because
bets, effectively, right? Wait.
This helps you understand this fucking shit.
Wonderful.
If you can,
Asian net exports were coming to the. That's what they did. But to increase our deficits, and we're going.
If you can understand,
don't forget that John Connolly was a former Democrat. He had worked with LBJ.
If you can understand this shit he's about to say, you can understand this shit. What's really happening?
And with Kissinger, they were all working together, and they faced the following question. And Kissinger asked that question during one of those meetings amongst themselves: how can we maintain American hegemony now that we're a deficit country? And the answer they gave was spectacular and unique in the history of humanity, of capitalism. They said, okay, what are we going to do, folks? We're going to increase our deficits. And we're going to use the American trade deficit in order to, we use it like a vacuum cleaner. We will suck into the American territory the net exports of the Germans, the Dutch, the Saudi Arabians, the Japanese, later the Chinese, right? And how are we going to pay for this deficit? We will suck also into New York, Wall Street, their profits by making Wall Street the financial capital. And that's what they did. But to do that, they had to unleash the genie, the financial genie from the bottle in which the new dealers had put it in. And that's financialization for you. Neoliberalism was just an ideology that was grafted on top of the financialization. Between 1980, after the Volcker shock, and 2008, you had this remarkable situation where the United States was indeed the recycler of net exports and net capital flows. So European, Asian net exports were coming to the United States because of the American deficit, but the profits of the German, the Dutch, the Japanese, and later the Chinese capitalists was also going to the United States, therefore closing the loop. That was what we call neoliberalism, is simply the ideology that legitimizes this monstrous, wonderful, just exuberant beast. That beast came to its end in 2008, because on top of this tsunami of money that was riding the waves of the Pacific and the Atlantic to end up in Wall Street, that those profits that were getting there, the financiers, if you give them $5 billion every day, this is about the average of net flows into Wall Street, they devise derivatives and other products by which to make it grow. Bets, effectively, right? Wages. And they created so many of those bets that when those crashed in 2008, then from the model that you described and you asked me to comment on from the 1960s onwards, the technostructure, which is what Galbraith referred to it as, at that moment, you have the makings of what I now call techno-feudalism. Because what happens after 2000 is this. The great central banks, the Fed, the Bank of England, the European Central Bank, the Bank of Japan, the Bank of Sweden, they go together April 2009 in London, and they decided to print mountain ranges of money to refloat banking while practicing austerity for everybody. For everybody else, effectively.
Yeah.
Right? So you had socialism for the banks, and you had crashing austerity for the masses.
For us.
Now that did two things. Firstly, it refloated finance. So finance has never done better than since they've done after 2009. I mean, it's amazing. If you have a pandemic, nobody buys stuff. Everybody loses their wages, and yet the stock exchange goes from one record high to another because they are printing money to give to them. So there's no sense of markets, of competition, of even capitalism there. Central banks print the money to give to the bankers to play in the stock exchange. So the stock exchange decouples. It's like it's taken off planet Earth. It's Elon Musk wants to go to Mars. Well, finance has already gone to Mars, using bank money as fuel, right? And everybody else is stuck with shitty jobs, second-rate services, and so on and so forth, inequality and all that, But the second pillar of techno-feudalism, one is central bank money replacing capitalist profits. And the second thing is, you mentioned that before, platforms replacing markets. Now,
this is important.
It's not a monopolistic market. It is not a market. Amazon.com is not a market. Remember back in the era of Theodore Roosevelt, when Standard Oil had the monopoly of petrol in various cities around the United States, the monopoly that Theodore Roosevelt famously broke down or broke up. Well, you would drive into a town, and there would be three petrol stations. They would all be Standard Oil, so they would have a monopoly power over you. But still, Standard Oil did not own the road, every shop in the town, the air you breathe, the park benches on which you would sit if you want to take a break. In Amazon.com, the moment you enter Amazon.com, you enter a fiefdom, an electronic fiefdom, a digital fiefdom, owned by one man. One man decides that, what are you going to see? Imagine, it's like, driving into Oklahoma or something, and there being one person, or the algorithm of one person, taking your head and turning it around here and there to make sure that you see what the algorithm wants you to see, and you don't see what the algorithm doesn't want you to see. What you sell or buy on that platform is determined by that one algorithm, by terms and conditions set by that one company. That is not a capitalist market. It's not even a monopolistic market. So I know that this was too long an answer, but to answer very, very briefly, what has changed after this topsy-turvy world that was created after 1971 broke down in 2008 was a post-capitalist dystopia. I call it techno-feudalism because it is based on the replacement of capitalist profits by state money and the replacement of markets by platforms belonging to very few individuals, call me Jeff Bezos or Zuckerberg or whatever, with everything else. I mean, capital is everywhere. I'm not saying that we don't have capital. Capital is everywhere, except that this system is not capitalism. It's something worse than capitalism.
I'd like to counter that, because not that I agree or disagree, or that I'm even qualified to do that, is that the position I want to ask you is that your definition hinges on central bank basically printing money through quantitative easing being one major factor, which I would agree is a major distinction that we've seen in the 50-year counter-revolution period. The second element is the rise of these technological platforms, Amazon, Google, Facebook, that become such mega corporate monopolies with such a low amount of overhead in terms of actual labor costs or anything else, yet such a massive control over the net trading capacity of securities in terms of their stock value and so on and so forth, that they become almost kind of like gigantic feudal lords as opposed to actual companies. They're definitely not industrial or manufacturing.
Feudal lords.
But my question is that what happens in the current moment where we are seeing inflation and the central banks are now pivoting to move away from that traditional paradigm of quantitative easing? We had early this year the Federal Reserve saying they're going to raise interest rates at least 3 times, and they've already admitted that they're going to go back away on the quantitative easing. Many people would assume that means recession, definitely, when you have a pseudo recovery that's been completely allowed by central banking, financing the 1%. So if your techno-feudalism is hinged upon largely this central banking flooding of currency through buying securities, i.e. quantitative easing, since the rise of inflation and the central bank saying that they're going to pivot away from that, how does that demonstrate the validity of your thesis if they've already shown a willingness to alter that trajectory?
Well, they haven't really, though, have they? I mean, if it wasn't for the techno-feudal aspects that I described, interest rates would have been 5% already. I mean, if you look at the money supply and money demand, if you look at the money market, if you look at what used to be called macroeconomics, the Fed, I mean, it's preposterous that interest rates are so low at the moment. And why are they taking so long to adjust their policy? They're taking so long because they know they've created zombified corporations that depend
zombified
on the central bank money.
corporations.
And they are very reluctant. They are damned if they do, and they are damned if they don't. Now, let's wait and see. I mean, in the European, think about it. We, in Germany today, and
Basically, those corporations are dead.
The
And they're
vast
just
majority
getting
of Germans are because of
kept alive
with hyperinflation and so on. Here in Europe today, we have 7% inflation in Germany, 7%. And the interest rate remains at minus 0.8% to this day. Okay, they will increase it. But why are they taking so long? It's because they understand that this new techno-feudal structure is in very dire straits, because inflation is a major challenge. But if they increase interest rates, if they stop pumping money, if they stop producing money, what's going to happen is that the large corporations that keep the whole show
They're going to
road
fail.
are going to crash. And if you look at the index of companies that think about, Uber have never made a profit.
Never made a profit.
They rely on central bank money. They've never made a profit. Netflix have never made a profit.
Netflix never made a profit.
Tesla, tiny profits.
Tesla,
nothing to speak of.
tiny profit.
All these megaliths rely on the production of central bank money. I tell you what I think is going to happen. I think they will have to increase interest rates, but at the same time keep printing money. So they will find themselves in this kind of conundrum. The only way of killing off techno-feudalism is by creating a Great Depression that will make the earlier Great Depression look like a walk in the park.
See, that's where we're headed.
That's frightening.
Yeah, it is. They are shit scared now. The good people in the Fed, in the European Central Bank, in the Bank of England, we have a very scientific expression here in Europe. They're shitting bricks. They're
shitting bricks, bro. They're shitting bricks because they didn't build a bridge of fluffy nothingness. And that shit, you can't walk on clouds. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You can't pay the rent with promises and well wishes. I'll send my prayers to the landlord. He's like, no, you need to pay your rent. I'll pray for you. I'm sending my prayers. No, nigga, get your ass the fuck out, bitch. That's what's happening. And I think there's a great correction, and it has to happen. It's going to be ugly and it's going to hurt because we've been holding on to this shit for way too fucking long. Way too fucking long. We need a correction. And for us to go through a correction, it's going to hurt. Yeah. And a whole bunch of shit going to have to crash. And then we're going to also have to go without certain things. Fucking having all these products and packages and shit shipped overnight from all over the world, that kind of shit. You know what I mean? And it's all just, I saw a video where they were talking about most of that Amazon shit are just packages going back and forth, literally. Like the same damn packages going back and forth. Most of the traffic.
Well,
same boxes, same products, just going back and forth. It's insane. Right. And like he said, the zombie fucking corporations that got a bunch of fake.
So basically, Amazon is not as rich as they pretend to be, or they portray to be.
He didn't say Amazon. He mentioned Netflix,
Tesla.
Uber, and Tesla.
Netflix, Tesla, and Uber. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just a crash, because they got these corporations who are going that should have, like back in 2008, those big banks should have went out of business. It was like 3 or 4 of them, big, huge banks that's still around today. They should have went out of business back in 2008, 2009. They wasn't handling their business properly, and they should have got all their assets and everything liquidated. And they should have also locked up the damn executives. The niggas should have went to jail. What they was doing was against the law. That's not what happened. They took taxpayer money and bailed out those big ass banks just for them to fucking repossess our homes and then turn them into rent houses and double their money again. After fucking up over and over and again.
Yeah.
And so
that shit was crazy, bro. And they done that bullshit. And then they sent people out like a $500 check.
Some bullshit.
$800 fucking check when Obama should have. Well, I can't say Obama, but people should have never lost their houses to begin with because the banks didn't even own that shit.
It was just a giveaway to the banks. It was a giveaway to the banks, and they got to stay afloat. Like I was going to say, I saw a video where in a lot of these corporations, they have jobs that aren't necessary. Like they have jobs and positions. They have all these created positions that aren't even like, they don't really do anything, if that makes any sense. It's so retarded, just to have these damn positions, to have people over other people or whatever. It's this hierarchy class system that they have. These cush ass jobs, these dudes, unnecessary ass jobs. They don't really do anything. And that's what I'm saying. That's one of the things that they're doing. And that's one of the things that you can't keep doing that. That's the reason why these corporations are, like I say, and then they get on the stock market and they bet and they play around with these futures and they buy these bad debts and they don't give a fuck because it's your money. And then it's like I say, the whole thing with the stock market, a lot of times I feel like it's like that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Wolf of Wall Street. And they're like, it's just a fugazi. Like it's all bullshit. He says like they keep on investing their money and we just tell them, okay, yeah, the money is you're doing great. But as soon as they say, wait, I need to pull the money out, you be like, oh, well, we had a bad turn, so whatever. And it's like whatever the stock market does, they're like, these dudes are playing with imaginary money, but we taking home cold hard cash in commissions, real money.
Yeah. But I think that's why Warren Buffett stepped up in like 2008 and decided to take over that, to not allow what happened to people losing their homes in the stock market, the illegal shit to happen. I think that's why he stepped up to try to stop that type of shit. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong. I remember he stepped up.
He did. You're right. Warren Buffett has been on the right side of history in a lot of cases. You know what I'm saying? I've seen him, but I don't know how to think about him because he's so damn rich and he made his money with the stock market. And everybody is shady in the stock market. So how fucking like of a nice guy or a good guy is this guy at the end of the day? But yes, he has been on the right side of history with a lot of things and exposing that shit. They probably don't like him. He probably don't have very many friends on Wall Street.
I still don't understand how he fucking endorsed, Bill Gates and made him in charge of his shit. Like, Bill Gates is a sharp motherfucker, dude. Like,
Yeah, well, you put the best. If you got the money to employ the best possible person for whatever job, that's what you're gonna do. The best talent.
Yeah.
Or if you can't even employ them, try to get some information, like extort information from them some kind of way. And then some of these companies are cold-blooded as fuck. They'll either like force you to be a part of the company, because they go find little young geniuses all the time who be coming up with all kinds of shit. But they'll absorb them into their company. Or they'll step on you, and they'll make it so where your shit will never fucking make it to the light of day. And nobody will ever know what your name is.
Indeed.
what up, Pat? Goddamn, hey, man.
Yeah.
Save me a corner, bro. I just need a little bit, like if I'm out in the desert and I see a bottle and there's a couple of drips in that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying?
Look, when you find that bottle, that piece of paper that's inside is going to give you directions over here.
I hear you, goddamn.
Yeah, man.
It's already 4 hours. I don't know how much more I'm gonna go. So y'all go ahead and give y'all thoughts.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on the whole idea with Warren Buffett that I mean, any of us can be evil, but at the same time, you don't, what I'm saying, he's shown a responsible way of actually helping generate this country. This country probably would be gone to shit by now if it wasn't for people like him that, is consistent with the trading and at the level in which he trades. Because I mean, he does make a lot of money from what he does. Because if I'm not mistaken, he makes like $24 million a day, something like that. But
wait, I want to make a comment about the damn banks, because when that shit happened in 2008, 2009, there were some banks that wasn't affected by this. They didn't take on all of that fucked up ass debt. Them banks were just fine.
Those the big ones.
And so that's what I mean. So they didn't get rewarded for doing the right thing and handling good business. Those other banks, the big ones that was fucking up, should have went out of business. And then those banks that do business the right way would have, got bigger. And that would have been better for the people too, because now we got more banks that's doing, better business. Come on.
Well, I mean, this is not one thing that we got to remember, this is not what do they call it? This is not the elementary, this is not the little league game where everybody gets a trophy. You know what I'm saying? It's not that. So I mean, and we shouldn't expect it to be, because you don't get a prize for doing the right thing in the real world.
Yeah.
And when you do, usually the prize you get for doing whatever is a trip to jail because you did the right thing. I mean, the wrong thing. So,
My dad used to tell me that all the time, and it stuck to me. He said, "You don't expect rewards for what you're supposed to do already. Don't expect congratulations, rewards, and all that shit for what you're already supposed to do." Like,
exactly. I mean, that's simple. That's really, but that's a good thing for parents to teach, because nowadays it's like kids throwing temper tantrums because, you know, they didn't get an Oscar after they school play. You know, I'm being crazy, but you know, thinking you're supposed to get the Tony and the Oscar and all that kind of stuff after doing very little, because that's what a lot of it is. I mean, doing the right thing is supposed to be common, not, you know, you know, some great deal, something that you it's supposed to be normalized. You know what I'm saying? That should be what we try to normalize, is just doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Check this out. It says indoor mask use no longer necessary across most of the U.S. CDC says roughly 70% of the population lives in areas with low to medium COVID-19 risk. I find the timing very, very suspicious how, you know, the COVID thing is kind of dying off, and then we're going into possible World War III. Threat level red.
We got to stay suspicious of these people, but the levels go down when you're not forced to take so many tests. And then maybe it is what we saw the other night when, you know, Gates clearly told us that, sadly, you know,
the Omicron is acts as
it's
basically
it's been reaching people much faster than we can with these
than our
vaccines.
vaccines, and it
Yeah.
works better.
Yeah, natural immunity.
So nature did that. We didn't even have to do nothing. That don't even cost nothing. I can't make no money off of that, sadly.
You know.
So, yeah, but what I was saying was the timing of this. You know, like I say, man, you know, we talk about it all the time. You know, nothing be happening by accident, and the things that be going on, like the virus escaping the Wuhan lab and all that shit. But what I'm saying is threat level red, going back to 9/11, but they've increased it to keep us at this heightened level of, oh my God, you know, the next thing it'll be an asteroid is coming or something. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean that's I mean, I just said, I mean, we need to stay, you know, worried about what these people are doing, because yeah, they got control over the shit that they feed us mentally. You know, if we watch it, you know, so
because this coronavirus thing was a worldwide psyop. Like, it was a big, huge fucking mind fuck, right? And then they're just rolling us into another one.
a whole nother one. So I mean, and that's the thing, they got to spend more time on this one right now, because this is the bigger play. This is a humongous play, and if we don't play along, we don't, you know what I'm saying, they don't get the rewards that go along with all the hoopla. They got at some point they gotta save the day. They gotta have saved us from the big boogeyman. You know, the same shit that they do to us every 10 years, 20 years. You know what I'm saying? Like the repeat button is on.
Bruh. And if people just look at the damn history, they'll be like, wait, I've seen this play before. And remember we was talking about the false flag events too? Damn, bro. Look at this comment. It says, in seeing no enemy, you look into the mirror and love yourself. And that's a good place for us to end, because this is our problem, right? Like, we see enemies everywhere, and we be talking about the black community and how, like, another person walks by and you like mean mug them or whatever. And, you know, I wanted to get the nod. I didn't get to talk about that, but the guy who said his grandma was a Cree, I saw him smile a bit when I said something about the nod, but I didn't get to expound upon that. I wanted to, because I think that goes really far back. You know what I'm saying? The eye contact and the head nod that we kind of do, with each other. It's kind of just like respecting you as a being. I acknowledge your presence.
Acknowledgement. It's not really really to the extent of respect. I mean, maybe it is to some extent, but that acknowledgement, like I see you.
Yeah.
And it's just, I believe it's like one of those things that has happened, at least,
as far back
a
as
few thousand years, 100, maybe millions of years already.
Who knows? And so what I'm saying is the problem is, people don't feel seen, right? You ignore them. They don't look at your, nobody gives you eye contact. Nobody says what's up. Nobody acknowledges that you're there. And then the thing is, especially in our society right now, I notice with the younger generation, they look at everybody as a possible threat, like even their friends. Everyone is a possible threat, and they're just kind of waiting for them to, so it's like everybody is an other. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is an enemy. You know what I'm saying? So this quote right here says, in seeing no enemy, you look into the mirror and you love yourself. So you love yourself when you really, truly, truly, truly love yourself. Then you're going to love humanity, and you're going to love others. You're going to be more empathetic with others because you really do love yourself, and you see yourself in others. You see the humanity in them, no matter what kind of person they are or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You want to give them a little bit of leeway. You know how humans are. You're a human too, and you see the human in them. You don't see them as an enemy. You see them as yourself. You love yourself. You love thy neighbor. Then your neighbor is not an enemy.
Well, I don't really know how to add on to that because, I mean, it's really simple and plain,
And so what I'm saying is, let's focus on giving eye contact, the head nod to people, acknowledge their existence. At least just give them some eye contact. A homeless person, whoever.
You know what? I will add on to that because
Children.
I guess the feeling that I get when I'm passing somebody, and I think it's like almost purposeful when they do it, that they from a distance you walking and crossing paths, and they don't acknowledge you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You have to have done that on purpose. Like it had to be, because naturally the eye contact is going to happen. And I think the nod is going to naturally happen. So you had to be fighting. You was aware of me. And I see a lot of racism with that, but it's a lot of hate too, or whatever within the communities. But it's like, I want to act like you're not there. I'm going to look everywhere else but where you are. Like, I'm going to walk by you and pretend that you was never even there.
Yeah.
You had to do that on purpose because somebody walking in the opposite direction from you, like eye contact is fucking gonna happen.
Bro, when you're a 300-pound black man walking,
how the fuck you not see me? You didn't see me, motherfucker. I know you saw me.
Like your peripherals didn't.
So you're not gonna acknowledge my presence at all? You're not gonna acknowledge me?
And then I'm a king at that. Like, I mean,
it's disrespectful.
Yeah.
It really is. It really is. And then it's like that's what causes animosity, and anxiety and wanting to revenge or lash out on people. Because I think a lot of people, I said this before in the videos, I think a lot of people, all they really want is to be seen,
accepted,
acknowledged that they exist.
Yeah. Yep. That's in most cases.
You there, Deuce?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What's your final thoughts on it, bro? I'm about to wrap it.
What you guys were just talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that to be, just acknowledging people and
having that respect if someone, you know, you walk in a building or, you know, or a room, you know, you speak, you know. I do that, you know, especially if I'm out and about and I'm coming towards you and you're walking towards me, you know what I'm saying? And you're clearly looking right at me. So, you know, I'm a nod to you, you know what I'm saying? Or I may say, what's up, brother? How you doing? And keep on pushing.
Yeah. I'm country, so I'll be like, all right.
But shoot, my thing is like as crazy as people are, like you probably should be, you know, like don't be acting like you don't see people because that right there could trigger somebody. It's like, motherfucker, you saw me. Say it.
That's what Deuce was saying that in the other video when he was talking about the his wife's the people at the school and stuff. We walking up to somebody and you know say hi to them and then they act like you're not there because like I don't know, they feel like you're dirty or whatever. You're less than them. Are you speaking to me? You're not talking to me, are you?
You're a few two shades. You know, you're about 6 shades darker than the type that I like. So mosey on, nigger.
Yeah, man. So yeah, cause that's what Deuce was saying in the video that shit triggers him. So like, yes, it could totally trigger somebody by just like not walking by them and not nodding or not giving them eye contact, not acknowledging them at all. And then you know what? That's crazy because in the city, you know what I'm saying? That's how people are, right? Like especially in New York, right? The bigger the city. But you know, I'm just thinking about it right now. If you go to the country and you go by somebody and you don't say hi, they really are gonna take that as you being rude.
No, that's a personal offense.
I just thought about it. I know country folks. I know how they are. So like you go by, you gotta say you absolutely have to say hi. They don't see that many people. you even if you walking by, you driving by, and they on the porch. They want you to say hi.
No, that shit. If you shoot, throw your hand up.
Yeah,
toot the horn a little bit. Yeah.
Something.
Man, hey, we talking about that shit.
Oh.
And a store, and you see that shit a lot out here on the road. Walking into a truck stop or something like that, and you hold the door for a motherfucker that's coming in behind you. You know what I'm saying? And they don't even say, "Hey," they don't even say thank you.
Bro.
Like, bro, that shit right there, it's kind of like, man, fuck you.
Say, bro. No, look, I'm gonna tell you, I ain't gonna lie. I got pissed off just a few days ago when I was on my, on my way home. I was at a truck stop, back roads. It was some Indian people who owned the store, and I'm walking out, and I saw the guy. Like I could have just went on by my business, let the door close and all, but I stand there and I hold the door, and the owner of the store just walks in as if, yeah, nigga, yeah, you hold that door for me, fuckface, and I'm not gonna speak to you or say no kind of thank you or anything because that's what you're supposed to do. That's kind of what I felt like when they did it. I was like, oh, okay. Better be glad it's not somewhere I come all the time because I'll show you something. But I mean, either way, it's just, even though I probably not gonna do damn thing, but it's just kind of, I guess it's hurtful when you see somebody that, or somebody who's just rude and could easily say thank you for holding the door or, whatever. Like, damn, man, appreciate. Like, I mean, there's some people that sit there and wait that could have been in on about their business, but they sat there and held the door because they first acknowledged you, they saw you coming, and they couldn't live with themselves by just acting like you weren't there. And when you do that, and people just act as if that's your job now. You're supposed to do that. That's ugly.
It's crazy. I think it was a good show today, man. Shout out to my boy Fresh, the new guy who joined the show today.
Yeah, man.
I'm definitely gonna make some clips out of that. That was enjoyable. You was here for that, Deuce?
Yeah, he came in right at the.
Yeah, I chimed in. I chimed in when he was speaking.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's what I want. I want more. The page is blowing up, y'all. I got 30K. I'm over 30K views overall for the page.
Okay.
That's a pretty big deal, man. I ain't gonna lie. That's a nice little milestone.
Chocolate.
Yeah. 30K, baby.
You know,
we produce
that's
a lot
that's
of
a
content.
milestone. That's a milestone. Yeah.
Yeah, we produce a lot of content, and we're pretty regular, and we're pretty, we're always here on schedule. So I want to keep that up, and because the fans, they like Doc was saying, he had to move his schedule around so he could join the show. So I want to, out of respect for them, I want to make sure that I at least, come on it when I say I'm gonna come on. I could do that at the very least,
Yeah.
And like I say, the page is growing, man. 30K views, man. What do y'all think about that?
I think it's awesome, bro. Like, I mean, the other day when you showed me the analytics and who's watching, what countries, just things like that, just kind of like, oh wow, damn, you got that high of a percentage of people way on the other side of the world. That's like, okay, this is some cool shit.
Yeah. Because man, the hood people are everywhere, and that's what I want people to understand, and that's what they're really trying to keep us from being able to see. And they sow the division. Now I don't want to say no names. The name almost came in my mouth, but
the relatability of that's the main thing is the relatability.
People in Vietnam. Remember when they was talking about Vietnam, and it was like, man, we going over there killing people that look like us. In Thailand, same thing. I mean, you could keep going down the fucking list. All the people in Brazil. And this is not counting Africa. It's all around the world. India.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that stuck out the most. That's the where our highest percentage is.
Right, India. And because I think that it's a lot of people that can relate because they're going through the same type of stuff, and they understand. And I think, also the world wants to make it seem like everybody is dumb. And I used to kind of think that way too, like nobody would understand this stuff that I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? And then I started to realize the more I talk to people, is like a lot of people do really get this stuff. It's the media that's telling us that everybody's dumb.
Us believing the bullshit. That's like, you know what I'm saying? That's something that I had to come to grips with as well, because it's like, it's like, am I the only one that's seeing this the way it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, because there's people that's close to me that I'm like, I share things with and this, that, and the other. I mean, I know a lot of people don't have the same kind of time that I might, but to listen and give an ear or give a fuck about, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I share with people so that I'm not the only one that can benefit from the information. I know that, like I said, there's a lot of people who ignore it, act as if it's, like whatever it is that I'm saying or talking about is BS, but
it's irrelevant. It don't matter. Why do you care so much? I hear it all the time, all the different things. And then, so what? The argument, so what? That's the one I can't really like. But when people say it doesn't matter or it doesn't affect me, that's when I get triggered, because I'll be like, it does matter and it does affect you. So that's not true. You could say, so what?
Yeah, I mean, whether you realize it or not, yes, it does affect you. You're just not smart enough to realize how much it does or where it does.
So that's what triggers me, and I try to explain how it connects to them. But when they have the attitude of so what, there's no, I don't have an argument for that. There's nothing I can say to them.
No.
They're like, so what? Whatever, I don't care. You know, they're gonna do whatever they're gonna want to. They want to do. I can't reach a person that has that attitude.
Well, you know, and sometimes you have to overlook some of those people like that because of their level of spirituality. Because for some of these people, you know, it's not that they're oblivious, it's just that their focus tends to point in a direction where it's like, you know, all right, okay, yeah, there's crazy shit going on, but you know, am I supposed to drive myself crazy because of it? So I get it. I agree.
Definitely, balance needs to be there. Definitely.
Well, yeah. I mean,
as in all things.
However, you know, I don't get it, but you know, I'd still try to have an open mind for each one of those people. You know.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm cut. I cut off after that point. I'm not. We're gonna talk about something else. We're gonna talk about the weather or the sports or stuff. I hate small talk, but you know, I'm not gonna talk to them no more. After they say so what, be like, okay, fuck you too.
Yep.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna have to wrap it. Peace and love for everybody. It's 5 a.m. 4:53. 40 degrees outside.
Shit, it's 23 over here. I'll take your 40 degrees.
Yeah. Where you at?
Almost to Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Whew. I can only
I say
imagine.
almost to Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I was just like, I can only imagine because I mean, it's been cold as hell all day. The wind has been kicking. Every time I step outside, I'm like, why am I out here?
That's what I haven't been very productive this week because I can't deal. It was colder than this. It was like 32 degrees earlier this week.
Shit, 25.
Yeah. I was like, man, I don't feel like moving around in that shit. My bed feels really warm and comfy.
I'm about to go. I'm about to go jump in that one right now. So.
Me too. I'll probably play the game a little while, but soon after that, I'm jumping in there. Big old comforter.
Look, I'm not even gonna play shit on my phone. I'm like
done.
I'm done.
All right, y'all.
Me, you know, I don't know if I mentioned this, but like when I'm at home, bro, like it's, you know, I guess I'm pulled in a lot of different directions too during this time. So like I'm probably just as tired, if not more tired.
I already know.
Yeah,
I already know. Emotionally tired, having to deal with this, that, and the other.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good feeling. I mean, you know, the people that really love you is like, hey, look, I need you here. I want you here. Come on, let's do this. Let's do that. Whatever.
Yeah.
It's a cool deal, but
and you only have so much time to kind of like recharge the batteries. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Peace and love. We'll be back tomorrow. Try to give you a good show.
Yep.
And I'm gonna play a song out because it'll help with my my little thumbnails. I mean, like I told y'all before, I've been fucking the algorithm. I'm fucking the algorithm, y'all. So I do weird stuff sometimes. It's because it's stuff I've been noticing in the analytics. I've been studying that shit. But anyways, peace and love, y'all. And thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I really appreciate the new guy we had today. And
Fresh.
Yeah, shout out to Fresh. And we'll be back tomorrow. Peace and love, y'all.
Peace and love.
All right.
All right, man.
All right, y'all. Be careful.
You too, man.
Yeah, be careful out there. Drive safe, man. All right, y'all.
It's not just talent.
That's what y'all ought to do.
Gotta know what the fuck you doing.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. When the sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I will hit any chick who likes sodomy, sex on stilts. While a big top watching me, I eat fish like a culinary apology. I leave you like an open home. I just can't quit. Feel like it's a part of me. My wrist on lit. Time to join the party. We check the list quick. Who got the bottle? See a poker face chip. I know she gonna swallow me, biting my lip. While I'm watching people watching me, that's not it. Won't you climb right on top of me? My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. I feel it, you feel it. She say I'm feeling it inside of me. I dig it, you dig it. We digging all over your body. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom.
Shawty come and jump on my ride. That's what you ought to do. When the sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I done heard, I done thought, now I wonder and wanna see.
Said you really are the king of the jungle, but can it be? Now you really gotta work and be holding the head of me. Cause if you don't know how to stroke, it could cause a catastrophe. I'm a soldier, so I seek and destroy you so naturally. Put some scratches on your back and then ask what the matter be. Demonstrations while the dudes and the women be after me. Leaving weak and desperate, crying to see me on better knees. They saying where she go? Daylight, flashlight, put me on extra glow. I tried to tell you though, platinum sunshine's about to blow. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. Platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
You want it, so come on, we gonna follow me. We light fires like Hanukkah, marijuana by the tree, like a harmonica. I lick it with no teeth. I like when it's lost and getting salty like the sea. Gotta slide it off and make sure it's soft enough for me. Reach the top of the mountain and have you sounding out your sheet. It sound like it's coughing and talking, saying more please. I'm sticking and stabbing it. Jason Voorhees, roll it on over and go get on the floor, please. Some of you born in October, long as you over 18. Going to prison for pussy, just something that I can't see. Old bitch and she ready and she can munch a dick me. Gon' hop in my Chevy, we bout to hit the scene, man. The spot is so heavy. Hopping, I seen, man. I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team, man. I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow